Shalom, shalom, family. I'm going to drop a link in the chat real fast as I was requested to clear up something. So I want to make it clear on the families real fast, as I know as we go over these things, sometimes these longer videos can be quite long. So sometimes it's nice to do little summaries in case someone missed one of those longer ones where we go into the details of stuff. So let me just show my screen and kind of show something. So I know I'm live at a weird time, so this is mainly for one specific individual, but I wanted to do this so we actually have to understand how these trees branch, right? Let me actually open up something real fast while I'm waiting. As again, this is specifically a conversation for an individual, just to show him something. Now, first, I want to also show something. I want to show something that I think is important too. Let me just do something here real fast. Let me open up YouTube and sign in on a separate account and kind of show something here, because I want to show you guys something, right? Anyone who has a YouTube channel should know that YouTube is now starting to tamper with people's channels personally. I'm going to show you something, that comments are often blocked. I'm going to show that real fast. All right. 1 second. Let me just make sure I open this, because the way to show this, I have to show it right, just so you can see what I'm saying. All right. Let me just go to something here. All right. Let me show my screen. All right, so I just want to show this brother that I was answering his comments, but I just noticed this, and I was kind of having this thought that YouTube is kind of blocking comments. So first, let me show on this thing. Let me show on this video here that I do allow all comments. Let me see if it's somewhere on here where it says allow comments. Oh, here it is, or one of these. You would think I know how to work this thing right now. All right, let me just think about where it's at. I don't know if someone just go right to it where it's at. I'm just waiting for, I think he popped up in. But there's a tool on this right here. Here it is, show more. All right, so check it out. I always put allow all comments just to show that if it's somewhere here, here it is, allow all comments. Now, if I go to the video that I just did, right? And I go to my comments. I already allowed all comments and everything. But after having a conversation with an individual, I went and checked on another profile to notice something. So I actually was on my phone and I had another profile, as I like to have different algorithms so I can find different sources. But in between this conversation, there's a couple of statements that I end up saying because the brother says I don't answer him, but I just want to show that I do. I did. So I'm going to show real fast just to make it clear. Let me make sure this is still signed in. Right here. Let's go to that account, the page, real fast. All right, so watch when I go to this video here. And you can see if I go to the comments right here, and I go to the comments, you can see some of the answers that I have put there, right there. And I went back to double check to verify it, and to show that that's what I was saying. I was answering, but none of these show. None of these comments show, and I'm allowing comments. right? I'm allowing them on there, but none of these are showing. So let me go back to the other account over here. Let's go over to YouTube. And I'm going to see, and you'll see only like one comment from that account. And remember, that's my account. That's my account that they're blocking on my own comments from my own account that they're blocking. So just understand that sometimes comments are blocked and it's not me, right? I'm showing you that that's me with my own comments blocked. Look, it's not even there. You can see. You probably get one comment. There it is. That's the one right there. But you saw how many there was. That's from my own page. And remember, I showed you that I allowed all comments. So I just want you to understand that. I want others to understand that when that happens, that I'm telling you is YouTube. I'm telling you the truth. That is YouTube. But now let's get on this deep topic. Let's get on this deep topic. It says your device is not connected. Hundro. Put this here real fast again. All right. So just open that. Let me just close this and see what's being said. Shalom, shalom. See you say hi there. Shalom. So I hope that you understood that's what YouTube is doing. That's kind of how it's getting down. They're blocking comments, right? So that's kind of what happens. So I just want to show you something. So yes, CF is going to be your Japhetic line. Is it older? Then now this is a statement directly to a certain statement. The person knows what I'm saying, but I'm going to restate the statement so that you can understand what I'm answering. So the question was are Ethiopians older than Eurasians? Ethiopians, the lineages that went into Ethiopia, the fossils, there's no fossil in Africa older than the fossils outside of Africa, right? But there's different Ethiopian haplogroups. Now, Japheth is CF. But Japheth is older than DE because a brother was saying that DE is older than CF. No, it's not. DE is not older than CF based on mutations. We can actually see that both of them are going to come from CT, right? But if we look carefully, we can notice that it will say DE and CF would exist at the same time, yes, because they were brother lineages, but one is older than the other. If you notice, you can see right about there, there's going to be 6'5", 200. This one's actually 6'5", 900. So that's very important when we start getting the children that comes from it. So children come from this line sooner, that it has sooner mutations. DE is actually younger than CF. So that's important to know that CF comes into the picture before DE. So if CF is in Eurasia, then DE obviously coming from CT has to also be around that area. So, but getting on to the A groups, we talked about how the A and B does not make these CT groups, but we'll talk about that. Just waiting for brother. There you are. Shalom, shalom, yo. Family. Yo, shalom, shalom. Sounds good. Amen. Just everyone's letting know that the sound's okay.
Yeah, let's go.
So what you wanted to you had asked a question. What was older, the Ethiopians or the Eurasians or the Asians and the people in Europe?
The Africans or the Eurasian populations who are older on this planet?
Who's older? We got to look at fossils. So based on fossils, because like we said, a mutation rate, we can get certain different rates on that. But based on actual observable fossils, we have fossils older in the lands of Eurasia before we get fossils in Africa. Based on modern.
Are those fossils the same modern humans that we see today?
Yes.
Can I see them?
Absolutely. So let's take a look at that real fast so we can get a good idea of these fossils that we find here. These are going to be from a couple of different sources from the 20s to 2000s, some 2020s, 2001. But let's go to one of the papers and talk about what they found there, just to get a quick conclusion on a couple different one of these. I'll first start with this one right here. This is going to be from Science Direct. It's going to be the divergence of Neanderthal and modern human Y chromosomes. So this is going to be talking about Y chromosomes of ancient humanoids and modern humanoids. But this is what they say when they go on and talk about some things. So they're going to talk about a certain location in Spain called El Cidron. Just to show that location, I'll show the map right here real fast on this so that we can get a understanding of it. So here it is. This map would actually be basically talking about the same source. So it's right here, El Cidron. You'll see it right here in this location. And this is what they say. They go on and talking about basically a mixture, and note the mixture here and note the lineages that we find here. It actually is going to have the earliest modern human lineage. Let's read it. We investigate the divergence from the, basically just talk about some lineages of different people, and animals and whatnot, and modern humans and whatnot. I'm just going to skip that part. Finds strong support for a model that places the Neanderthal lineage as an outgroup. Now that's important because based on how these groups will look at it, how these branches off, but it looks at an outgroup, and it also looks at to the modern human Y chromosomes, including A00. So it's going to be looking at A00. It's going to be looking at Neanderthal Y chromosome so that we can notice what these are. The first thing we have to notice is that it's an outgroup, right? What is an outgroup, right? Here's an example of an outgroup. Outgroup is a group that stems early on in the lineage. So these lineages actually connect. It'll say about, understand when I say this based on the Outer Africa concept, about 588,000 years ago. So it's actually letting you know, obviously, all humans come from an ultimate stem. We know this biblically because when we think about Adam and Eve, also genetically, there's a genetic Adam and Eve. But we also have to know that Neanderthals actually show evidence of pre-flood people. But people who come from the A00 and your modern humans actually come from a certain lineage that would be of a certain branch that comes from a bottleneck that happens relevantly recent to its completion. We know that it's fully done by an event called the Younger Dryas. By the Younger Dryas, there are no Neanderthals, there are no Denisovans. Their haplogroups are wiped out, completely destroyed. We also have a paper for this finding in the dirt cave. We also have this finding in a dirt cave. But let's also look at another source real fast that actually goes into those Zach sub SNPs. This is what it's going to be on this paper that's going to read. It's going to talk about the certain lineages. The analysis identified a Eurasian Y DNA. Basically, the lineages are A00, that was followed by 3 separate Homo sapiens sapien exoduses from A0, A, and A. So it's like A1, A1A, or A1B from Eurasia into Africa, with A0 signifying the earliest and A the most recent of these early exoduses. So it's letting you know that this early lineage, just to show you where that's at, and also again the years on these. This is from 2021. The other one right here that I had earlier, this one right here is from 2016. So this was from 2021. That's going to be reading about those Homo sapiens that actually shows that they actually originated in Eurasia, right? So that's going to be from 2021, letting us know that the lineages of A00, A, and other lineages as well actually moved from those areas where those Neanderthals was. Maybe we could talk about that 500,000-year-old Neanderthal where also the Homo sapiens were moving around with. It also lets you know that also they had a similarity with the mtDNA. That's also important to know.
But you haven't showed me the fossil finds yet, have you?
I have. Actually, these are talking about the fossil findings.
And you're saying they are dated to be 500,000 years old.
Just to make it clear, we are talking about modern humans, but we got to understand when they talk about these years, right? These 500,000, these millions and thousands of years, we understand that that's based on that concept of translating fossils to the out of Africa concept. For example, I can show you these. I can actually show you that these fossils here that you're seeing here, these are human fossils that we can also note the movements. We could also note their movements with their individual fossils. Let me open up something over here real fast. I gotta open up a little thing right here just to show you some of the fossils and their pinpoint locations and some things.
Okay.
Let me just reset it. I can also show you a paper if you want to see like their bone material and what they're actually, because what they're doing, they're going into the ear and taking the DNA out of the ear of these individuals. But here's A00. The ones that we were looking at was in a Denisovan cave and other ones all around. Well, here's the one that we was just talking about in El Shidran. I'm going to show you real fast where it is. This is the one El Shidran. Remember we was talking about this one right here?
But that's 43,000 years ago.
Right. And notice when we notice this. When we look at mutation from SNPs, quote unquote SNPs, because it's counting the SNP mutations, it's going to put them on far ages. But we also know that these are found. Now, I don't believe these ages. I feel like you don't either. I believe that these ages actually compress into a 6,000 year time frame. I'll be honest with you. I believe that these things are able to be compressed into a 6,000 year time frame, and I believe that they are expanding those ages based upon their own conclusions. Right? That's different, and there's different things to go into with those conclusions. But if you don't believe, just to make
yeah,
it,
you're right. I don't believe it's that old.
Amen. I agree. I agree that these years cannot be this old. They are not that old, but they are old. They are going to be in BC time, but they're not going to be that old. So I would give it more like something around 3000 BC. I would put these things around there just to get the good understanding. Is that these will be right early transition after the flood. Right, it's going to be a split transition, changing from the time of the ancient world where Pangea split and everything just spread apart that they try to say is millions and billions of years ago. And then all of a sudden you got that great rift valley and you got the ring of fire that's there. That also shows the evidence of the flood, and everything that exists after the flood is going to be modern humans, right? Everything that exists after that. And
with
the younger Dryas. Go ahead.
With all the information that you have, can you say that the fossils found in Morocco aren't the oldest human fossils found?
Which one is the fossil that's found in Morocco?
If you do Google the oldest human remains, I think that's the first thing that comes up. The oldest human.
Oh yes.
So
just to kind of show, because we made a video on this. We actually showed that was a Neanderthal. Let me go to that part of that video real fast just to point it out.
Okay, cool.
But I'm sure you've seen something was fishy about it when you've seen it, because that age is about the age of other Neanderthals.
Yeah.
But it'll be in, let me see which video it would be that we did that on. It'll be on this video. It's called Out of Eurasia, Eugenic Out of Africa Debunked. Because Out of Africa was actually developed about 1980 after the basically the implementation of the idea of eugenics. But let me actually show something here. Let me think about where is that. I gotta process my brain here. Where is that? Okay, let me see. I usually put a timestamp on things like that, but let me show where that's at. Where we did go over that. Somewhere about in the middle here, almost as it looks about there. In fact, not this video. Sorry about that. Not that one. Now that I think about it, it was actually one that we went over. This one. It was actually this one. At least. Let me go to place on here, because now that I recall, it was where we went over it it was real quick. It was real fast, but this should be it right here. I'm thinking. Let me see. All right, yeah. So it's this one that we were just looking at. Just to show that is that one. See this one right here. That's the one we was kind of talking about. It's the oldest. It's the said oldest human
Homo
in
sapien.
Africa. Yeah, and what we found out is basically from this paper. I'll put a timestamp on it, but you can see it talks about that Homo bones that was found, and we had talked about how they try to say if they were Homo sapien, but if you go to the genetic paper, you'll see that they actually would say right here, Hablin says his team tried and failed to obtain DNA from Jabel, whatever his name, bones. A genomic analysis could have clearly established whether the remains lie on the lineage that leads to modern humans. So they actually was going to see if it was a humanoid that would lead to modern humans. Not that it was a modern human, but it was going to see if it was a lineage that would lead to modern humans. But sometimes people will go around and say they were modern humans, but they never even pulled
Okay, so they never basically confirmed that it was a modern human.
That's right. They never confirmed it as modern human. They never confirmed it as modern human. But that's one of those things. So that's that one you're probably thinking of in Africa, South Africa. So that's that one right there that they actually basically confirmed it as Neanderthal. Also, the sources that we're talking about outdate those. These sources basically
but they didn't really confirm that it's a Neanderthal, did they? They said they failed to find out what it really was.
No, they didn't confirm it as Neanderthal, but what they did confirm it as, they confirmed it as a lineage that would lead to modern humans. So that's something that's important to note, that it would be a lineage that wouldn't technically be considered a CT lineage or a lineage from the A's and B's and whatnot. It would most likely be one of those, for example, just to show what lineage is Neanderthal and Denisovan. Neanderthal and Denisovan, we did find some of their Y-DNA. No one today has it. But we do have people with autosomal mixes of them, but they wouldn't technically be descendants from them because no man comes from them directly today. That's how we know that this is a lineage that's also wiped out. Let me go to that real fast to point out that family real fast. Let me think about where is that, because as you can see, this note is pretty thick, but here it is. I'll click this and just show what it is. So this is going to be from a study by some place in, I think it was China, Center of Medical Genetics, just some laboratory and School of Science in China. So right there. So I'm going to show you real fast what they found. So, because that's like the best place to be to find these ancient genetics in China and certain places around that area, because if you're going to find something in Eurasia that's ancient, it's going to be, better that the people who find it dwells around that area to look deeper into it. So it just talks about all types of different lineages, but let me point out which ones are the Neanderthals and Denisovans that they found here. So this is what they found. I should go up a little bit. These just go over some other things. All right, so here it is. It says A0000, which is 4 zeros, represents Denisovan haplotypes, and A000 represents Neanderthal haplotypes. But then it'll talk about your modern humans. The term A00 to T. Now that's why you'll see something like, for example, humans called A00T or A0T. Right, that just means a lineage is with a whole collection of your modern humans, which will be A groups to T groups, or rather groups that come from BT and CT split. So the term A0 to T represents all individual haplotypes that are defined by haplotypes specific to mutations not represented in Arctic humans. So Arctic humans, that's what it means about the Neanderthals and Denisovans. They're wiped out humans. They'll just call them Arctic humans. In the case of modern A0 and G, the small box, and because they found some A0s and Gs and some of Japheth's family that was outside of Africa, extremely old. That's also important to know when looking at lines like so So this is something I was going to show a little bit. Let me just go to something here. Lines like UST Isham. UST Isham is one of the oldest, if not the oldest, Indo-European line that is found in Russia. It's said the fossil is said, not the mutation, but the fossil is said 50,000 years old. The remains that's found in Siberia. But we do have a paper that goes into depth of Isham, that apparently Isham's mixture, because Isham is one of the first earliest humans to mix with that said Neanderthal lineage, but Isham has an interesting
What's
admixture.
Isham?
They call him, I don't know why they call him UST Isham, but they do call him UST Isham. I probably should look into why they call it. In fact, that's why, because a district after the district of UST Isham. So I guess this little district right here, wherever this district is right here.
Okay.
And
so
that's why
that's why they
call it Isham. Go ahead.
So it's a sort of human. It's an archaic human.
Yeah, this is
Okay.
well, this one actually will be technically a early modern human.
Okay.
So
Okay.
and the lineage that it actually is actually K2, which right here you can see that it would have K2, which K2 actually makes your like M and N's and O's and things like that. Even right here, it lets you know they also find the very rare common NO M214, because those are also related with this ancient Isham that's found in that area. Technically, at this date, there's no modern human that you can find in Africa that would match this. I tried, I looked, I wanted to see if that was, and I tried to look for A00 because I know A00 is the oldest, but these are what I found of A00. That I found A00 actually migrated into Africa. It'll talk about that it basically came out of Eurasia and migrated to the areas.
A00 came into Africa.
Yes.
Okay.
It apparently started outside of Africa, but it moved into Africa very early and developed in the lower areas of Africa. According to some of the recent studies from 2020 and up. And also you will see that on different places. Now they got that on Wikipedia now to the updates and a couple different things. But you can see right here, that's the one we was talking about from El Shadran, that A00. That's over there, but that's the fossil age. That's how old the fossil is. So now notice, I'm going to show you something real fast.
Okay.
I talked about this before. If you look up the pre-pottery Neolithic B, what you'll find is a couple of different lineages. But what's interesting about what they do to the pre-pottery Neolithic B, my bad, clicking that and go back. What's interesting about what they do with the pre-pottery Neolithic B is that they'll take the fossils that are about 8,000 years old and they'll make them 100,000 years old. I'm going to show you real fast. So you can see the reason why we know that, because it talks about like lineages like the Gasulians and lineages like L3 and E groups, especially the root of E, which is your E-M96. But notice something about this L3. This L3 is actually, let me just show something real fast on here. This L3 is actually, they'll say 8,000 BC. That's what they'll say, 8,000 BC. But this same L3, just to kind of skip ahead faster, you can also find the information on, just show it real fast. That same L3, because that L3 is actually found in Tel Halula, Syria. And that's the oldest L3 that's ever been found. They actually found out that it also had ties with the DE group, the Yap group. And in fact, that's why if you see on the DE group, they found apparently two origins, one by a hypothetical, that's by a guess, and another one by fossils. And just to show the source for it real fast, here's what it says about that L3. And notice what age they make this L3. Let me just go
Why is the African one a guess and the other, like, because you find DE in Africa today?
So we don't actually find any. Yeah, we find them today, but we don't have any fossils of it. We don't have any actual like fossils of it. Like for example, if we was to go by mutation, then we would have a limit to it. But if we was to go by fossils, then the fossils of DE actually would be in Syria as well. that's what we also had talked about before, that we have fossils in Syria that are basically going to exceed the ages of the fossils that are in Africa. We know because we also have a paper, we have a direct paper that would tell us that the areas of Cameroon actually doesn't even have any Bantu groups, and that's where most of the L3 is tied with some of the E1B1A groups and some of the E1B1B groups, but they're not seen in the areas of lower Africa past 5,000 years ago. We got a paper for that came out in 2020. But notice what it's talking about here. This is actually that same L3. There's a couple of different sources that we know this is the same one, but this is what they found out. They say carriers of mitochondrial DNA, L3, basic lineages migrated back to Africa from Asia around 87,000 or 70,000 years ago. So that's because what they're doing, they're taking, and the reason why, like I said, fossils versus modern people and just counting mutations, they're taking this fossil that was found here in this lineage, and they're instead of using the fossil date, they're increasing the date to an out of Africa date. And the only way I can explain that,
I think, of course, maybe it's out of Africa, but I feel like it's probably because of evolution as well. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. And that's
you know,
exactly, and that is exactly it, because what you're saying is true. It's the thought of evolution, the thought of a process of that. Supposedly everyone was an A group, and then they became other groups. Because they'll say all humans started off as an A group, but it's not. That's not true. That's actually not true. We know that modern humans actually began as a spread of different types of lineages. That's something that we know without a doubt, because we can look at the fossils.
So how can humans start off like with different haplogroups? I don't get that. That just doesn't make sense to me.
So that's a great question. So this is actually what we're seeing. It's kind of like a cone. We're kind of seeing a cone. I'm just going to draw it out real fast. So let's say right here was Adam, right? What happens is he has two sons. One is Cain and another is Abel. Cain kills Abel. This line is wiped out. But then Adam has another son. This line lives. But then what happens is there's a flood that happens and destroys this line. But we still find evidence of an ancient Arctic humans that don't make humans today. So if this was a Y chromosome, none of these would make these, but they should be related at an ultimate node. That's why I was also showing when we was looking over here that we actually seen a kind of an understanding to it. We seen an ultimate node like this. We have seen that the super Arctic humans trace to one lineage, but only thing we got to cut off is this idea of chimpanzee. I got a paper that says that humans actually are not related like that. They're not related to monkeys. They're just counting that because humans and monkeys were mammals. You're going to have some similarities there in some aspects, but if you go down to the full concept of it, humans and monkeys can't have kids. They don't relate that way, right? Every human can have a baby with another human, but no human can have a baby with a monkey. You know what I'm saying? That's science. That's science that goes.
I just think it's just the design pattern of how the creator created things, so things are similar but not the same. You know? That's
right. Amen. He makes things similar. And that's the one. You notice so you can see this is actually the branch of the modern humans. This little branch right here. So this is actually what it would look like. It would look like this. It would basically be like sons of Adam, obviously Cain and Abel, and then a line would happen. You'll have Seth. Sorry for the background. I usually don't go live at this time, but at this line you'll have Seth, and Seth from his line will have Noah, and Noah would make a separation at a lineage called BT and CT, and you'll have A and B, and you'll have from CT, DE, and CF groups, and those everything from CT, which will be your A and B, your DE, and your CF groups. That CF basically makes everything from T and everything, R's and J's and all that, everything, all that's under CF. They're going to come from an ultimate, this is called a node or a clade. They're going to come from an ultimate node, which would make them a monophyletic family, which basically means one family that comes from one node. Basically, that's what it means.
Okay.
And so you can see right here. So you see, even when they put that cut right there, the reason why they put a cut from here and a cut from here is because they're saying that these don't make, like these ones don't make these ones. They're letting you know that these ones are way different than these ones. So a lot of the, even though we do find, going back over here, even though we do find this El Shadran A00 in Spain, but this fossil, the fossil is said 43,000 years ago. But when you take that fossil and put it on the out of Africa scale, it scales it hundreds of thousands of years, because that's a fossil. So that's why this one actually, as you can see right here, because A's are actually going to lead to your Mambuti and your Koshin lineages. Okay. So just talk about those lineages that we have there. But they'll say that it actually would date extremely high up. It would basically date like close to 500,000 years old when put on the out of Africa scale. But it's also important where it's found. It's not just what's found, it's where it's found specifically. That makes it very important. So here's a nice view of the whole branch. You can see your European lines, your French and whatnot. You can see some of the other groups that you see here. And you'll see the Mambuti, the A groups and whatnot. Mm-hmm. This actually would go like, it'll basically look like this. You can see your A's and B's right here. So this will be a B. A and B will be these ones, which you'll see right here, A and B. And then on this branch, this is actually right here, where you see right here is actually CT. And CT goes and it makes different lineages, a couple different lineages. And you'll see that it actually will have where it says Lund and France and a couple things like that. And then these ones, I'm not going to just point to them like this is what they are, but these ones are going to be these, right? I'm not going to just point to them like which ones they exactly are, because I don't know exactly, because there's not enough branches to make that conclusion. But they are going to be this branch. We know because this up here is going to be here, and this up here is going to be up here. And these are just A and B groups. And over here, you'll see your D and E. So somewhere around here, maybe even this branch, maybe this one might be your DEs. And then obviously you have your CF groups, which this might be it, but don't quote me on that. That is your CF groups. But you're definitely going to have your CT lineages coming from here. So that's going to be your CT lineages under here. So that's something that's kind of important. But they know that it comes from Eurasia because of the fact of the A00. And remember how I was talking about how they did an update on Wikipedia on basically this result? Because after they found that fossil, that the one that I was showing you first was the one that they first found that they kept studying for years on. It was from 2016, but they know that it's true because the other paper that I showed you was from 2020. But if you look on Wikipedia, you can notice about your A00s. They'll actually tell you your A00 is, if you go back to the ancestor of A00 to this one right here, this is actually your Y chromosome atom. And it actually talks about that same exact paper where it says Y chromosome data taken from a Neanderthal at El Shadran, that's the place I was talking about in Spain, produced a YTMRCA of 50 or 588,000 years ago. Yeah, that's crazy. For Neanderthal and Homo sapien, basically saying that a mix of Neanderthal and Homo sapien lineage is basically saying that it's giving that pinpoint, the all the way back to basically a lineage that would lead all the way to your root, all the way to from Noah and Adam. And that's why they say they dubbed it Adam, basically 2,700 years ago for basically that YMRCA. And you can see right here, I actually didn't notice that this was on here until I had looked the other day, but this is that paper. You can see what we were just talking about this, but this is from Cell, and this is should be 2016, I believe. I don't know if this has the date, but this is that one that we was talking about a little earlier. I don't know if it has a date on there, but you can see it has a couple different interesting highlights on it. But here it is. You can see, just like we was talking about right there, that little tree right there. So that's basically like the same one, but another medical company talking about the same topic pretty much. That one should be 2016 because that's what this one is that has exact.
No, it did say 2016. I saw.
Oh, it did. It did.
Yeah.
Oh, I must have didn't see it. 2016. Okay. So yeah, there it is, right there, 2016. So I thought that was kind of interesting that they put it there. But basically, all modern humans also come from a mitochondria E, but that one's questionable with the mitochondria E because it goes a little deeper than just saying that it's L0. It goes a little deeper than that. But this one actually leads to not just A00, but a super group. There's a super Y DNA that basically even makes all humans, that also relates with that all Neanderthals are ancient humanoids that they basically would link at an ultimate.
So if the Neanderthal was the Adam, then how comes some populations don't have that DNA or they have very little of it?
So real fast, I wanted to show you something on that. So we know that the Neanderthal constantly, when they say Neanderthal, it's just a name that they give to these ancient humanoids, but none of the Neanderthals would make humans today. So technically, the Adam isn't the Neanderthal. The Neanderthal will be a different branch that doesn't make modern humans, but they would ultimately stem from an ultimate root, but technically not Neanderthal leading to human. So like
Okay.
what you're seeing here, like you can see that L Sharon, this is actually that Neanderthal, that L Sharon, but notice that its branch doesn't lead to modern humans because the way that these branches branch, they usually branch two different ways. They branch one way or in another way. They can have multiple branches, but this one has a branch here and a branch here. And this is kind of like if Adam was to have a son and his son has sons and his sons have sons, it will look like this. But if Adam was to have a direct son, those sons will have sons and their sons will have sons. Just to make that simple again, basically, if Adam had Cain, Cain doesn't make any line of Seth. And if Adam had Seth, Seth's line doesn't make any line of Cain. So you should see a genetic separation by an ancient separation. And that's what we see based on that Y chromosome Adam, is that we see an ancient lineage that separates these lineages from each other, but makes these lineages pretty much. But
Do
we
you
also
think Cain's lineage survives till today or no?
no, I don't think Cain's line survived today because there's too much evidence of the flood being not global, I mean not local but global. We also have a lot of evidence of that flood being a global flood. So I think that they were wiped out. Also, genetically, we don't have any of the Y DNAs of Neanderthal and Denisovan, nor the females of them, besides some autosomal mixes.
Okay. Do you have any like scriptures that talk about Eurasia as a starting point?
Yes,
You know what I'm saying?
let's look at let's go to Genesis, and I think when he makes the rivers, I think the rivers kind of make the best advice for where is Eden is and whatnot. Let me just go to a book here. I just need one of these just for. All right. So notice when he goes, he obviously makes the earth, he makes everything on it, and then he makes these rivers. After he makes man and everything, he's gonna go over here. He goes over the rivers. So right here, Eden, he says, and a river went out of Eden and watered the garden, and from thence it was parted and became four heads. Now the place where some of these heads are is great to know, especially this one. It says the name of the second river is Gihon. We also know that Flavius Josephus says that Gihon has connections to the river of the Nile, but it also goes on and lets us know that the same it is that compass the whole land of Ethiopia. Now, it's also important to know that these rivers would have existed at the ultimate joining of Pangea. So we actually have to remember that after the flood, as it said, the fountains of the great deep split apart. The world changed a lot of how these rivers are. But we do have a lot of proto channels that we can find on the ancient channels. But we also know that one of the rivers named Haddakel, probably said that weird, um, is actually on the east of Assyria. Now we know, since it's already relating Assyria, it's going to give us interesting understanding that we know that Assyria had to exist at that time, and
Okay.
historically Assyria will be about an area of Mesopotamia and whatnot, and they'll call that river Euphrates. So we have a kind of like a in between point. So we have somewhere in between the Ethiopia and Euphrates. So we should find like a existence of the main people spreading from the middle, basically Abraham's promised land. This is where
So,
I believe humans would have filled first. Go ahead.
so are you saying that the Levant would have been Eden?
Yes, I think. Well, not the Levant, because technically the Levant would be like in the middle of it. It'd be like
Mm.
this land. I think that this would be the area where we would expect Eden to be. So about in between these areas, and also all the way to the corner of Africa. I think that's where most humans filled. I think humans first filled up in this area first, around these areas. I think they could have easily filled here at the same time while filling here. I think they could have filled here at the same time while filling over here. I think they could have spread from these areas as a biblical. Because remember, it also tells us, even if we did put Eden in Africa. Now, I don't think it's in Africa. I think it's over here. Some people say it's over here, but that's all subjective. But let's just say it was here. We know that Cain. It said that Cain moved and settled on the eastward of Eden.
East. Yeah.
So eastward, that will already tell us that we're going to be on this side. So we'll be further more on this side. So we have to have an east and a west, and have all those fill the earth. So early on, Seth's sons and Cain's sons should fill the earth before we even get Ham, Shem, and Japheth. So we shouldn't look for like what would come after the flood, but what would come before the flood. And that's why we look at like Arctic humans and stuff like that.
Okay, I guess that makes sense when you say it like that.
Nice. And also to give a picture for the clarity with that, if you see the way that Neanderthals had settled, we should find Neanderthals also in Africa, which we do. We find some of the fossils of Neanderthals in Africa, but we also have to know that Neanderthals are more larger in areas of Europe before they are in areas of Africa. So here's a picture right here. This is just a picture of where the Neanderthals were. The Neanderthals were in this area, and they also go into areas of Africa, and then Denisovans. Now, I personally think the Neanderthals might have some ties with the the children of Cain. I think that these ones had ties to Cain. I think that these probably had ties to either early Seth and things like that. The reason why is because the admixtures that's in them, these can also be Cain. They could be just different children of Cain. But this is just speculation of ancient fossils, because we know that none of these make the people today. So technically, like the Y-DNA, I think that these will be like some of the earliest humans that we would have. Like when we look at the Bible, we got, like I said, sons of Cain. We also got some of the said fallen ones that come down and mate with the women.
Okay.
And
That's
we
true.
we also got, we don't know if Abel had children, but we know Abel was old enough to slay a sheep, and we know that he was old enough to offer it and offer his own thing. So
yeah, that's true.
So that's and we know that Cain was old enough to realize that he can kill someone and things like that, and also be able to farm on this by itself. So we got to consider what age they might have been. We don't know what age they could have been. They could have been, Cain and Abel could have been about 50 years old. They could have been 20 years old and had a kid.
And in those days, you become of age pretty early.
That's true. That's true. And they lived long years too. They lived long years. And that's probably what's contributing to these big ages. They're long years, because the longer you live, the more carbon you start to take in. So that when someone died, their carbon that they have is going to have what's in the air, which at that time is actually proven that they had almost double the CO2, which a lot of the dating That's also probably going to contribute to the dating. A lot of the dating is based on CO2 levels, which we had talked about before, that we have a proven report that multiple times in history, the CO2 levels had doubled. In fact, every time a volcano goes off, the CO2 levels increase. So that's problem to the CO2 dating that they do. A lot of that radio dating, carbon dating, all that stuff has problems when considering that there's always going to be something that can influence the change of that. So I don't think these are, there's no way these things are millions and billions of years old. I'm pretty sure, based on even looking at the evidence, because you can even realize that the greatest scientists today can't tell you how water got inside the earth and over the earth. They'll try to come with different conclusions, but they can never come with a theory that has enough evidence to supply the amount of water that we see on the earth today. So if they can't date something that is right next to them, why would we trust them for dating something they cannot even touch, like time?
That's true. Yeah.
So, I guess, because this thing, I'm not gonna lie, that's been, when I first was studying on this, I seen some sources that I threw away, or I pushed away, because it was too mind blowing for me at the time. It was too much for me to process. So I had to sit back and pray about it and think about it, and ask a couple of different geneticists on certain things, just to get a second opinion, but not to like just take everything they say, but get a second opinion on things. And I came to the understanding that this does make sense biblically and genetically, because this is actually the places of origin that they say that the earliest humans came from. And if we look at the Bible, we know that the people started around this area. So this is like an early set area of origin. They'll talk about this, that there's apparently 4 places of origin, which is here, 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 and here. And this is what I believe what happened, that the sons of Japheth had split and they went over here. And for some reason, some sons of Shem, some sons of Shem actually went over here, like the D groups actually went this way. And some sons of Ham actually went over here. And we find a lot of A groups over here. And then Nimrod at some point called the people down. But when this happened, this would be early on. I'm just going to speed forward. The flood happens. Nimrod comes, right? The children, they start around this area again, and they kind of spread out. That some go into Africa, some go over here, some go over here, some go over there. But Nimrod calls them down to Shinar, and they dwell in Shinar. They all have one language. And that's why I think if we look in history, we don't really see a lot of ancient languages. Like even these ancient humanoids, we never find ancient script to match the ancient humanoids. And they'll just say, oh, they must have didn't speak in the language or anything. And they'll say the invention of language happened about 4,000 years ago. But I don't believe that, because I think that because the people had one language, there was no need to write down anything, because it's kind of like someone writing down how to breathe today. If somehow that was a time that people forgot to breathe or something, I don't know. But that's obviously over exaggeration. A better thing to use is how to ride a bike. Like, let's say like there's 100 years happen, a generation goes through some disaster or something, and no one knows how to ride a bike anymore. And then now they got to write down, or they have to have some instructions to how to ride a bike or something. And that's what I believe, based on the biblical narrative, that during the splitting of the people after the fall of Babel, which also is interesting because looking at the language of Sumer, it has ties to like early origins of language. We actually see that everyone should have been able to speak the same language until the language is divided. And that's when you start to get people with linguistics of Indo-European, some with more roots to Semitic, some with roots to what have you, the different roots of different linguistics. But the biggest ones are that Indo-European to your, Semitic languages.
So, but there's one point of contention I have regarding Nimrod. Like in the Bible, it says that his father is Cush. I don't understand. What Cush are they talking of in the Bible? Is it the Cush that we know of today?
So I think I had looked into that a little bit. I think that when it says his father was Cush, it's probably because when we look at the family of Ham, he has 4 sons. He has Cush, he has Put, he has Canaan, and he has Mizraim. And from Cush, we do get that it says that Nimrod came from Cush. The genetics that I believe is the exact sons of Ham would be your A and B groups. So most likely he would be a descendant of the A and B groups that had started early in this area, but then quickly and speedily went into Africa. But also these ones have ties to areas of this area over here in the Levant. We know because when looking at ancient not Paleolithic fossils to Mesolithic, you can note that there's a migration or a movement of certain A groups that go into these areas over here. From Crete, going into areas of Crete, going to areas of basically where you have the Phoenicians and everything. And that's what some of those things we're talking about, that those A groups that were over here were basically moving to different areas. But they would have ultimately started around this area after the flood event. But Nimrod would just be one of the sons of Cush. That most of Cush's sons actually went into Africa, but they did spend some time outside of Africa, which that's also what we find a little bit, that some of those A groups were outside of Africa. But most of Cush's sons did go into areas of Africa and Libya until it was taken from them from the Midianites.
But if Cush is related to Mizraim, who have the E haplogroup today, I don't how would it be so different?
So what makes you think that Mizraim has the E haplogroup?
That's Egyptians, right? And they have that now, right?
Yep, Egyptians have it now. But one thing we also got to note with some of the information that's provided, if we look at the whole picture of Egypt, we would notice that the most earliest lineages of Egypt, the original lineages that were Egyptian, had what was it, M88. They would have your A groups. And this is something that I just recently found when I was diving into Egypt. But I did find, let me see, I'll point out real fast, because we actually got a lot of different lineages in Egypt.
I noticed that there's loads of different, it's like a multicultural place or something. It's weird.
That's true. So right here it says, this is what they read. So it's going to be basically, because you're going to have your upper and lower Egypt. So they're going to have your upper, and they say that from Nubia, that's where the original Egyptians came from. But they had settled in the first rulers in Egypt. It says the researchers observed that the Neolithic, they say Qadarak, probably said that weird, samples generally, that place is basically right here, where his arrow is, right there. And it's basically saying, this is what they say. They say samples generally belong to different parental lineages than the later Mesoretic or post-Mesoretic and Christian period samples. So here's going to be the original ones. Most of the Qadarak individuals were haplogroup AM13. It was AM13 bearers. So they're going to be actually AM13, whereas the Mesoretic or post-Mesoretic and Christian era samples were instead mainly haplogroups DE, haplogroup YAP, which includes the D-M174 and E-M96 clades, and haplogroup F-M89 carriers, which is like your J's and R's, because we know the areas of Egypt was filled with a lot of R groups, then some J groups, then some E groups. And just to show a kind of like a full picture of Egypt, because that is kind of, interesting. Let me just go to one of these that would have Egypt here. Shouldn't be too hard to find. Otherwise, I'll just type it down and find it on here real fast. Go to Egypt real fast. Just to kind of show the earliest lineages in the area. So this one's not going to show. Whoops. Right here. I'll just do this. So you can see right here, this will go about the earliest lineages. So some fairly early. They get a little earlier, I think. I'm going to have to update this list because it actually gets a little earlier than this. But you can see right here, you'll have different lineages, some H lineages there, some G lineages. This will be the 18th dynasty, some J lineages. If we go to, and based on the first dynasty, it will be A groups. But about the Hyksos dynasty, the 13th dynasty, we get some, if I remember, let me actually clear this thing real fast because I know that there's way more Egyptian finds than this. I'm just gonna find it like this. All right, Egypt real fast. And get based on years so that we can move by years. And the oldest one. Real fast. All right. There we go. All right. So just to show the first one, you can see that one's like, so 11, 12th dynasty. You can see right there. But that doesn't show us the Y DNA. Here's an H. That was ancient Egypt. We also have some G's and some J's that I was talking about in the 18th dynasty. Pharaoh with a J group was shot with an arrow. He's buried in the Valley of Kings.
Mm-hmm.
It's about the 20th dynasty when you start to get those E coming there. It's about the 20th dynasty and some earlier ones that happen, but not because when we're talking these dynasties, it goes dynasty 0, dynasty 1, dynasty 2, dynasty 3. And we also got to note the difference of early Egypt versus later Egypt, when Egypt was united versus when Egypt was divided, when you had upper and lower Egypt. But then a man took the hat of upper and lower Egypt and combined them, and you got upper and lower Egypt.
No.
This is the basically this leads to that Ramsey the Third, but that's Ramsey the Third after Ramsey the First and Ramsey the Second and all that, which they had J groups. And before Ramsey's line, there was the Moses lines, which had R lineages. So that's also important to know. Before E1B1A gets there, we know that there's a J on the throne, and we know there's an R on the throne, and some G's and other lineages that will be on the throne before they get on the throne. Okay. But I know there's some older ones. Let me see. I believe I have it on here. I got some, I believe, older lineages. But this is that paper right here in the black right here where you can see 1, 2, 3, 4. That's actually the original Hamite lineage. This is the original Egyptian lineage, and this is a paper about movements of Paleolithic time. Paleolithic Y haplogroup heritage predominates in a Cretan highland plateau. And it just talks about basically the recent analysis of just talks about different lineages that they find moving about and whatnot from areas of Crete going to different areas in Paleolithic time. So Paleolithic is like at least 20,000, 40,000 years ago, like long, based on their scale, long time ago. But that's just like I guess a summary of Egypt that I'm trying to see. There's also one. Let me see if I can find it. At least I think I have it on here. The lineages that get into the areas of Egypt. Let me see if I can find it on here. So you can see these just talk about the exact pharaohs. You can see Amenhotep the Third. He has an R1B. You can see one person named I don't know how you pronounce it. YUYA. Someone probably already know who that is. What's that? Yeah. I don't know how you say that. Yoa. I don't know how you say that. But he has a G group, a G2. And those will be before the E groups get on the throne, before they even get to Egypt. But let me see. I think it's right here. You can see right. Let's see. Where is it? I think this is it. Let me see. No, that's not. No, that's not it. But no, that's not it. This just talks about some lineages of Egypt. I thought I had one that goes way back besides the one of A, just to show some other ones of Egypt. that would be in that area. But that's what I found. I found that based on some of the other results, what would be the earlier lineages of Africa, they would actually put that it would actually be some of the A groups. In fact, if I remember, I'm gonna see it's on here somewhere, just to kind of show another piece of meat. Otherwise, I'll just open something to show that. But but you can see it. You already can see it that the lands of Egypt was very mixed, but we did have some of the E groups coming a little later, but the F-M89s, J's, and G's came a little earlier before those E groups start to settle in that area. This is just some information. You're going to see that's something on here that give a little bit to something. Not this one. Let's see. You have to point it out. So I just go over some things. I thought the lands of Punt was really important, how the movements are. So here's just a little bit on some of the studies that we was talking about, because you got to look at is actually this ancient Neolithic one right here. So you got all the ones that I was showing was like Bronze Age, early lineages that will be closer to our time. But if you go all the way to the Neolithic or the ancient lineages that were there, they actually would have these A groups. They actually say most of those samples will actually have this A right here. They will actually be of this A group, the original ones of that one. That will be from one of the extracts of this ancient DNA that was done, I think it was about a couple years back. But they never found one. They never found one close to the age of the A groups. So right here is a study: genetic patterns of Y chromosome and mitochondrial DNA variation with implantation to the peopling of Sudan. So it's talking about the original ones of Sudan, and it goes on and it will let us know, because remember, it also let us know which ones would come in here earlier. It says haplogroup AM13 was found at high frequencies among Neolithic samples. So the earliest sample before any of the E groups or F groups would be this lineage here. That's why I would say haplogroup F, and maybe it is going to be from the Christian periods and Mesoretic periods. So those will come in later. They would do a replacement of the original A Hamite lineages.
Okay.
And I'll put, and as for edification, I'll put these things here so that if you want to see them, you could always just check them out. But otherwise, if you want to keep this, we can keep this this live. Otherwise, if you want me to delete this live, I can also delete this live, because this live was mostly because I feel like sometimes texting as misunderstandings, and YouTube was making me mad because it was hiding comments and stuff. And I don't know. Yeah. I sometimes get that people be really mad. They be like, "You hiding my comments, deleting my comments." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" I don't know what you're talking about.
I really appreciate the way you break everything down, man. I like it. Thank you.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. And the only reason I can do this is because a lot of brothers who've been teaching before, like just to shout out some, like people like Kingdom Preppers, Benaya Israel, Dante Fortson. We got a lot of different individuals. I even had seen a long time ago Will Sonaya's introductions of some of the videos. A lot of different things that people talk about that's important. Even, and not just people who believe the word, but people who look into the history of the stuff. And it's about taking the totality of a collection of history, because schools don't teach you this. They don't teach you all this stuff, but you can find this stuff known in the world, and it'll be known to like even people who are creationists, people who are just, secular scientists. And the only reason that I look into it so deep is because I know that once all these things are found, it can't be changed because they're fossils. You know what I'm saying? The only thing is that it's been rewriting my brain. Like when I say rewriting my brain, I mean some of the things that I've found and seen, it makes me wonder that when the people talked about the out of Africa concept, or even who we are, period. Were they just lying bluntly? Were they just making ultimate lies? You know,
That's a whole nother conversation, isn't it?
exactly. You know what I'm saying? The more you realize of the truth, the more you realize that something's not right about the world today. Something's not right. Something's upside down, and the truth is kind of leaning towards something different. And almost everyone's coming to the same understanding with truth, but the world has this "believe me what I'm saying" type vibe.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
it's the out of Africa concept. It's the who are the real Shemites, who are the original people, who and even the concept. When I was growing up, you know what I learned in school, that Africans were like animals. They didn't really do anything. They didn't have a history. They didn't have history at all.
Yeah.
So, and then also with the concept of, because if you know, I'm actually R1B. So even on that concept, that even someone dark skinned can actually be from
Yeah, that
another
one
planet.
fucked up as well. When I heard about that, I was like, so what the hell is going on here?
What the heck? But it's one of those things that when it was found, it kind of, what it did is like it opened my eyes to really be humble and really think about that we don't really know anything. We don't
Yeah,
we
we don't
don't
know anything at all.
Mhm. Everything we learn
Yeah.
is either gain, learn. You got to hold to the source. That's why the scripture says, it says, what does it say? Find the truth and sell it not. Sell it not. Sell
Find
it not.
the
Not to
truth
give it away.
and sell it not. Is that what you said?
Yep, that's it. Is it?
Okay.
I forget how it's worded, how the scripture is, what verse it is, but it goes by basically buy the truth and sell it not. I think it's Proverbs. I think it's in
Yeah, you're
Proverbs.
right. I put it in Google. Proverbs 23, verse 23.
Nice. Proverbs 23, verse 23.
Yeah.
That should be easy to remember. 23, 23. Proverbs
Buy
23.
the truth and sell it not.
There it is. Buy the truth, sell it not. Because you sell it. See, this is the thing about this world. I'm gonna tell you something. I obviously, constantly going across the word, right? I could have been teaching on the word all day, but I didn't really know that much on genetics. I didn't know that much on history. I didn't even know that, that was an Indo-European invasion of the Levant. I didn't know that the Hittites were Indo-European. I know a lot of these things until I had to sit and do the research. But I did lose a lot of what I say is fellow believers in a way. The reason why is because the truth demands attention. The truth demands attention, not a bias. Because some individuals, they don't want people like me to get this deep into this stuff. They don't want me to get deeper into the truth of who we are or what these genetics are and where they're actually found. Um, they want to just stay kind of like in the mystical form of things, kind of like guessing at things and stuff.
Yes.
They don't want to know like what's the real origin of the Sabaeans. Where did the Jotunites go? Are they actually Shemites in Africa? Right? Are there historical reports of these things? A lot of people they don't like to get into those things. They just want to read the book and just kind of isolate themselves from any other doctrine. But it's not that they're other doctrine. History is not another doctrine, right? Like math is not another doctrine. Reading is not another doctrine. It's just tools of the trade that helps increase the trade. That's all that they really are. But some people they don't like where it leads. They don't like where it leads, where it kind of takes you away from saying, like for example, one of the biggest things I had a couple different members. I lost a couple members because you get different competitions and stuff, but you get this type of studying. Sometimes you're going to have opinions that come up that someone may be strong to their opinion. Like, for example, if someone says J are Jews, the J haplogroup are Jews, they're going to have a problem here because we found like with the book of Trace and different things that a lot of people that look into the origin of IJ finds out that they're Indo-European and that they're deeply Indo-European. That before they was even in the Levant, they was highly and heavily Indo-European. So it's kind of like one of those things, like the whole world wants you to believe that the Ashkenaz are majority of Jews, but they're technically not. They're converts based on actual genetics. You know what I'm saying? And the only reason I say that because in truth, that there are some Shemites in the Ashkenaz, like the E groups. Those are the Shemitic groups that we found, like E1B1, especially E1B1B and whatnot. But majority of them are not Shemites, and that's what the world doesn't want you to say. They don't want you to say what should be obvious, that you can't have multiple Y chromosomes exactly just being Shem just because you got a certain subgroup and you want this certain subgroup to be that. But we
I
gotta
actually think that's why certain comments are just not allowed and stuff like that, because it's,
yeah, and that's why
it could be a red flag.
certain comments aren't allowed.
Yeah.
And it was weird too because
So what do you think about the Phoenicians?
The
Don't you
Phoenicians.
think the Hebrews of today are the Phoenicians?
So it depends. Like what do you mean? Like the Hebrews of today, like the Hebrews.
The Eastern European coalition.
Oh, the if we're talking like
the
the Indo-European
those Jews.
Ashkenaz.
Don't you think those ones, they are related to the Phoenicians?
That's a great
Because their script is very, very similar to Hebrew.
Now we got to understand how that Phoenician language came about. Because remember, we're thinking about what makes what, right? What came first, Hebrew or Phoenician? Neither or, because they both branch off of the branch. Let me actually let's go to a Semitic.
Do you have any videos on Phoenicians?
I do. I got a couple of different ones.
Okay.
But we can actually break this down right here just to kind of like make it easy.
Cool.
If we go to like a family tree, like this one's okay. We need a bigger one. We need one that goes a little more deeper. This one might work. This one might work if I'll see what it looks like, because we need to see Phoenicians. There it is. So okay, so we got to notice that Phoenician doesn't make your Shemitic branches. This is one of the biggest things to know, is that first we got to look at where do they root from? Where do they root from? And if we notice, we can see Hebrew will be underneath what's said a Canaanite language. Now, why they call it part of the Canaanite language, that just means Levantan. They call it Canaanite. It doesn't necessarily mean to the genetic Canaanites. It just means Levantan when they put it like that. Because technically, even when you put that to its origin, we know that this group actually will come from the ones from Syria, the Semitic language, which actually also makes Aramaic. So if you look here, the same language that makes Hebrew and the Phoenician branches that would be in the areas of Canaan. That's why they call it Canaanite, because it makes the Phoenician language that's in the areas of Canaan, like Punic and a couple things like that. Which Hebrew is actually a branch directly from here, not from actually a made up, because there's no actual branch here. Like what I mean is, like when I say no branch here, the Hebrew doesn't come from Canaanite language, but it has Canaanite similarities is what it has, because we know that the Hebrews, what we also have to know is that Abraham was obviously talking to the Canaanites in the areas of his land. Abraham was a Hebrew, right? It said Abram the Hebrew. That means that he was a branch from Hebrews. That means Hebrews were already from him, which, like the sons of Eber, Jotanites will be Hebrews. All those will be from the Hebrews, which is also something to know when we think of like Hebrews and think of the people. But we also got to notice, if we go up a branch, we'll also notice that the Aramaic also comes from a central Semitic branch that makes your basically your Arabian, right? Your Arabian languages, and also a West and South Semitic language. Now we're almost at the root of it. We got to notice that it wasn't a Canaanite language that made these languages. And just putting Canaanite here is not giving it justice for how separate the Phoenician language is from the Hebrew language, though they have some similarities because of linguistic, obviously, ties talking in that time. But if we go back to its root, we notice that the African languages that go into Africa, obviously having connections to the Semitic languages, like the Ethiopian, that's going to go into your basically what's called Abyssinia, a lot of Abyssinians, and your Sabaeans, which you can see Sabaean would be one of those languages that would be in those, they call it South Arabian. But we also got a East and West Semitic. So this is your earliest branch. So this is the way that we find out who are original Shemites. And the earliest branch to the Proto-Shemitic actually becomes what is seen as the Eblites, which are going to be connection with some of the Syrians and whatnot, but also your Akkadians. So the E group is actually one of the highest Akkadian lineages. You have your old Akkadian and also the Akkadian that grows in the areas of Babylonia, which is going to be like your Chaldean groups and whatnot that end up picking up some of those later groups.
Can I ask you something quickly? So where does E1B1A come into this? I don't understand, because if these are all Semitic languages, how comes none of the 9 Congo languages are classed as Semitic?
Well, remember the Congo, the oldest lineages in Congo aren't E1B1A. The original people who spoke that ancient lineage, the ancient language. Now we got to look at we got to be careful to look at what is African linguistics and stuff. Okay. Let's go just a little idea. Let's go just for a little example. Let's go over here. Just to get a quick, let's see if we have a tree.
It just said Aramaic is African.
Yep, it's Afro-Asiatic. Because the language, the Afro-Asiatic language is actually it makes Semitic. So basically the African language is a Semitic language, ultimately, is that a lot of it relates to the Afro-Asiatic language, like Berber, the Chadic, but you got to be careful when you think of like the original ones in the Congo, right? Because in the Congo, we know that the groups
Bantu languages are not Afro-Asiatic.
So we got to be careful though. Bantu is a recent word. Bantu is actually 2 words combined. Bantu actually would mean basically man, and then Bantu is actually called Abatu. Abatu, which is actually going to be, because Bantu is actually Abatu, which is actually mankind. That Abba is actually taken. That's a Hebrew word translation. The Bantu or Abatu, that actually comes from the word for father, but that word is later made to man. And then the 2 Bantu or Abatu or Bantu actually means like kind or group. Another
like
way,
a plural version of it.
Yeah. But like, for example, you can see Abatu or Bantu, mankind. Let's see if I can find. It's usually not hard to find, but sometimes. Here it is. This is a quick summary. It just says the Proto-Bantu term for people or humans, but it goes deeper than that. It's actually 2 words. When you go to his original linguistics from his original source from the Zulu language, which is actually, they'll say Batu or Banatu, or Abatu. There's different ways to put it and say it. I want to see if this has it on there, but it'll say that, they was in the lands of Cameroon, but let me show you something real fast just to kind of show something here. That we have a paper that came out in 2020. We got a paper that came out in 2020. And it actually tells us that all the ancient lineages in Cameroon, none of them was Bantus. The original group that was there, that'll be the oldest.
The smaller,
Africans
short people.
The short people.
I think they were short. I forgot the name of them. Are you talking about pygmies?
Oh, the pygmies and the Bantu, or not pygmies.
Pygmies are. Like the pygmies were there before Bantus arrived. I think so. I'm not too sure.
No, you're right. The pygmies were first before the Bantus. So you can see right here, here's a study of the ancient lineages in Africa. It says the first ancient DNA from West Africa illuminates the deep human past. And this is what they found out. on their study. This is what they found out. They just talk about that they know that the language, the people's language, they say probably the cradle. They say linguistics. Right here it just says Shumlaka is a rock shelter located in the grassland region of Cameroon, a place long pinpointed by linguistics as probable cradle of Bantu languages, a widespread and diverse group of languages spoken by more than a third of Africans today. So it just goes on when it talks about the Bantus and everything, and they'll say that they have moved across the area. But let me show you something real fast with what they found out, right? It just talks about right here. This is what they found out when they did the DNA results. So a new documented population of hunter-gatherers they found. So surprisingly, the ancient DNA sequence for the 4 children, it just talks about a couple of different children that were there ancient times. They say like 8,000 to 3,000 years ago, reveal ancestry very different from most Bantu speakers today. So it lets you know that Bantus weren't there a long time ago. They were recent. It says instead they are closer to Central African hunter-gatherers. And this is what they quote unquote say. This result suggests that Bantu speakers living in Cameroon and across Africa today do not descend from the population to which the Shumlaka children belong. So it's basically saying that they're not as old as the original inhabitants of Africa. Said Mark Lipston, PhD, Harvard Medical School, lead author of the study. This underscores the ancient genetic diversity in this region and points to a previously unknown population that contributed only small proportions of DNA to present day African groups. So, because A and B is small today, A and B is just small today, but they know that the Bantu groups that they were basically, because that's what I was saying, some origins are based on assumption. They'll say they believe that they started there, but do they have fossils? And after they did this study in 2020, because this is a study from 2020, they actually found out.
Do you believe that the Bantu actually expanded from West Africa or from a different place?
They expanded from a different place. In fact, the oldest lineage for the E1B1A group, I actually found some leaving the areas of Mesopotamia, going into France, going into areas of Brazil, before they even touch Africa.
They was in Brazil.
They was in Brazil. I know it's crazy. Let me show you something real fast on that. So apparently this lineage actually went to Brazil. Let me actually grab something here. And that's what I'm saying. That's what makes it interesting that, there's enough fossils of this lineage to, pinpoint its origin, and it's not African. And that's what genetics is showing, that it wasn't native African. It actually was from somewhere else. Here's that report. Let me show you real fast. And it's also the right, let me make sure I click the right one. What was it? This. So it's going to be from this paper. I'll just show you where it's from. It's going to be from this paper right here. Ancient is from 2019. And it's going to be ancient human genome-wide data from a 3,000 interval in the Caucasus corresponds with economic, geographic, or ecogeographic regions. So I'll just show you right here. Let me just close this and open that again right here. All right, so I'll show you the oldest E1B1A and where they were. We can see, just let that open up real fast. I'm gonna just use a search and find that. And here it is, right here. It's in the lands of Chile. And you can see that's gonna be in the areas of where you can see right here is about 5,800 years ago, but that's 3,000 BC, about 3,000 BC. And this one would actually be in the lands of Chile, which is going to be in Peru. Just to put that there. And you see what I'm saying? These are the things that I'm talking about, that when we find these fossils, and what's also interesting is they recently published this, after they found this find, they made this culture UNESCO protected culture. They made this culture.
Oh, I've noticed that they always do that. They make them nature reservations, these important sites and stuff like that.
Yep, and that's it right there. This is the one, the UNESCO World Heritage. This was the one that they found. They was talking about. But let me go to the where you on UNESCO right here. So this is where they have it protected, the settlement and artifact mummification of basically that one in Spain, right here. And they just talk about that as a protected culture that settled in the areas of, basically, you can see right here how long ago. They say about 5050 BC to 800 BC, or 890 BC. And also we did find that they had connection to Sumerians. We also found that that group had connection to Sumerians. Let me show you real fast on here to see where is that part, right? Probably down here on here to see where is that. Because I was watching an individual that was doing a lot of, apparently he was studying on this for a while. This doctor, I think it's Clyde Winters.
I know of him. Yeah.
Yeah, and he went very deep into it. But let me see, where is it? Right here. And this is where it talks about it. The reason why I also expected this, because there's an E1B1 of the Natufian group that the group had left from. So here it is. You can see about 3,000 BC, just like what this has, right? Long time ago, about 3,000 BC. And we can see that they'll say right here about Peru, as a Near Eastern professional, how the Sumerians got to Peru. So they talk about that group that was found.
So they attached that E1B1 group to Sumerians.
Yep. So basically that now they won't admit that. The reason why is because
they won't explicitly say that, but they will hint that. Okay.
It hints that the truth of the sources point to this lineage being not native to Africa. Because one, we got the ancient Africans, and none of them are the E groups. That was from a 2020 study. So based on between the time frame of said 5,000 to 3,000, there's no Bantus there. Well, 3,000 years ago, there's no Bantus in the lands of Africa 3,000 years ago, based on the actual fossils in the areas of Cameroon, 2020. And we know that this lineage, the E lineage, also went across the seas before even touching Africa. But we also have fossils of it in France before it's here, before it's in this culture. We also have this lineage found in the cultures of France. And we know that that lineage split in the Middle East. So that's kind of the reason why they don't want to make it what it is, because of the fact that they try to make it an African lineage today, because it's largely in Africa today. But that's not fossils. Living people aren't fossils. So based on, after finding a lot of fossils that they're finding out nowadays, they're starting to understand that we actually are seeing, these ancient Sumerians that did have movements overseas about said 3,000 BC. And we do know that it has ties to your Mesopotamian or, even Levantan lineage. So it just talks about how they even have the cuneiform, the linguistics went overseas, which Afro-Asiatic, these are just the same lineages that would be Afro-Asiatic. But this would be your early lineage. This would be almost like early split after the flood. Like this would be like early movements after the flood. Now, do I think that that group, even though it has an E1B1A, do I think that they are the Israelites? It's possible, because a lot of these dates are exaggerated. But I have a hunch that the E1B1 lineage had a high mutation quickly, and that some sons of early Arphaxad could have had E1B1. It's possible
Okay.
that mutations happen very early.
But doesn't it make sense for like Bantu to be the real Proto-Semitic?
Yeah, it makes sense that the groups that became the what they call the Bantu, which is a compound word of mankind, or what'd you say? That group definitely went going into Africa and following with his linguistic movements match exactly what we should see with the movements of Afro-Asiatic.
So why do they separate it like it's a different thing completely?
You know, that is a great question. Why do they try to make Hebrew look like it's not Afro-Asiatic, or why do they try to make the Arabian languages look like they're not Afro-Asiatic?
Yeah.
It's
Why
probably
do
because
they?
go ahead.
Yeah, go on. Sorry.
It's probably because if you look at this map, the first thing you will notice is that almost all of Africa is Afro-Asiatic. That means that it's not separate from Hebrew, but it would be a linguistic family with Hebrew. That means that we should expect these to have a tie, early ties with some of the people who would have ties to the Hebrew people. So you can see right there, Afro-Asiatic, Hebrew, South Levantan, Arabic, but it's Afro-Asiatic, right? And North Levantan, and this, like we were saying about the Mesopotamian, the cuneiform and all that end up going overseas. But that has ties to this linguistic, to all these languages are all related. They're all in ties together. And it's not that. And what's interesting is a lot of people consciously try to say the Hamite made Shemitic languages. But if we look careful in the scriptures, we also notice that if Abraham was a Hebrew, then he would come from a Afro-Asiatic stock, from an Afro-Asiatic family, which would be making of the Hebrews, which would be all these that's connecting. They would have a linguistic. So you would have a high portion down here and actually not up here, not that much up here, because Indo-European floods up here, but Afro-Asiatic floods over here in these areas. And notice if someone had connected this with genetics, there's only one genetic group that fulfills the movements of this Afro-Asiatic family for its majority, and that would actually be the group called Natufian. At the Natufian early spread actually shows it to be in the movement of Afro-Asiatic. We also have papers that would say that Natufian spoke modern Afro-Asiatic, which is Semitic. It also says that they spoke the Semitic branch of Afro-Asiatic. So this is what the Natufian look like, pretty much. Get a kind of like an idea. You can see that right there, just get a little understanding of them. And these are actually the Afro-Asiatic group. So right here is the whole spread of the Natufian. So if you look how they spread in these areas, some flood a little bit over here, but most of them are over here. And if we look at the way that they are branched, it matches exactly with the Afro-Asiatic families, just like we see with Hebrew. Hebrew is part of the Afro-Asiatic family, not the family of the North, but the family of the South. That's kind of a good understanding of where we should find them, that we should find a lineage that has dominance in here and here to find out who's the Hebrews, because they should have ties to the Afro-Asiatic family that they came from.
So you don't think the Hebrews are the sub-Saharan Africans? You think
I don't
they're
think the
more...
Hebrews are the A and B groups, but I think the Hebrews have ties to the E1B1 groups. I think the E groups have ties to the Afro-Asiatic, because Hebrew is Afro-Asiatic, Arabic is Afro-Asiatic, and a lot of these are Arabic. A lot of these areas are actually Arabic. Even deeper into the area is Arabic. It doesn't even have all the Afro-Asiatic that goes down into these areas. That this is actually that Afro-Asiatic language. But we also got to know that Bantu is a new language. Bantu is actually not a late language. Bantu is no older than any of these. Bantu is a new engineered language. It's kind of like even Indo-European is actually new. But Indo-European comes from Proto-Indo-European, which is branches of Nordic and things like the far Turkish lineages or Turkish linguistics, but the Indo-European, like some of the Indo-European you see today, or even the one that developed with the Greeks, that was recent. That was actually a recent Indo-European. So it's like a late come up, but it's not like, for example, we know without a doubt that the branches of these Afro-Asiatic languages spread early on into these areas, but we also have to know that those A and B groups and those E and D groups, they're genetically different, but they move with also these linguistics. So sometimes you'll see like Hamitic, Afro-Asiatic, things like that. But you got to know the reason why that is, because we know that the Sabaeans was a mixture of Shemites and Hamites, which we find E's and F's throughout all these different areas. That we find a lot of E groups moving with F groups. But we know that not E and F, E and A, because F actually comes from this area and it's highly Indo-European that starts to come down into these areas. But the DE Yap group is the original Shemitic group, and even E1B1B is known to be the original Shemitic group. I got a couple different quotes with that. I got like 5 different quotes that will tell you the Natufian and the E1B1B group is modern Afro-Asiatic Semitic. That would say that it would be Semitic. Just to show one, I'll show one from one of these papers that we were just talking about the other day, right here. I'll just show one of them. I got a few of them, but let me just show one of them. So if you look in places where we should find Shemites, like areas of Syria and things like that, we know that we do have fossils, genetic fossils right here, that actually tie all of different lineages from Syria, Alika, and whatnot. But later, not the ones during the reign of how you say some of the Indo-European ones, but the ones that come from Abraham, as you can see right here, E1B1B and E1B1B here. That was about 14 BC, right after Abraham, and they'll settle in these areas. And then we notice, as they are in the lands of Syria, here's a paper. This is going to be from a book. Let me just show what it is real fast. Right here. This is just going to be Languages of the World, an introduction. And this is what they say. They found out right here, when they talk about some of the Afro-Asiatic languages, and they talk about where it must have came from, they say they have obviously some ideas where it came from. And this is what they say: haplogroup E1B1B is thought to have originated, they say, in the Horn of Africa, and says it's suggested that the geography of E1B1B lineage just says it coincides with the distribution of Afro-Asiatic languages. So it'll let you know that Afro-Asiatic has ties with the original E1B1B languages, but you got to be careful of some of the conclusions when they try to relate J with it. Now, today, J has that linguistics today. A large group of J has that. Why? Is because we talked about that before, that there was a massive Indo-European invasion. They picked up the linguistics of those in the Levant. It's also important to know that Akkadian became a lingua franca. We had the Hittites speaking Akkadian. We had the Hurrians speaking Akkadian. We had even the Egyptians speaking Akkadian because it became a lingua franca, just to show that. Akkadian lingua franca.
That invasion sounds like Phoenicians to me.
The Phoenicians?
That J haplogroup.
Yeah,
it's Phoenicians to me.
Yeah, it does have ties to the Indo-European Phoenicians. But here's where it says that golden age of Akkadian as a lingua franca and language of basically, how other nations need to talk to each other and whatnot. So it was basically a language of the whole Near East, of ancient Near East, last throughout the second half of the second millennium BC. So basically, like from 2000 BC downward, people spoke Afro-Asiatic languages. but they picked up that they picked up that Semitic language. That's something to know, that people picked that up later on when they picked up Akkadian, the East Semitic style. So the Hittites, which were Indo-European, and the Mitanni, they have some cuneiform mixed with that Akkadian text. But we know where that actually originally came from. That it actually came from the original Shemites, which were E groups.
Right now, I'm not too sure that Bantu languages are young. Do you have anything that proves that they're young?
Yes. The fact that the word that Bantu are Iron Age. Here's something just to show you. The Bantu groups, if you look up when did the Bantus exist, it gets younger and younger. The Bantu existence didn't exist that long ago. Some say it was only about 500 BC, and that's about the time where Israel flees to Africa. They could easily, try to blend in with the peoples of Africa and whatnot. But you can see, obviously, Bantu would be Iron Age groups. But also, let's go to their language.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to, there is language. Let's go to origin. Just to kind of put it down. So you can see right here, a tip of the iceberg. It says right here, an estimate, they say only about 1000 BC. They say that the language came to about they'll say about 3000 years ago, which take 2000 off of that. That's 1000 BC. They'll say that those were even the quote unquote proto. So if that's the beginning of the Proto-Bantu, but we know that language has been there since almost 4000 BC. This was an invented language that came later. So only 1000 BC that it existed. Only 1000 BC for that one. There's a couple different.
Okay. Cool.
So it was more, it would be, and even when relating it to its origin, because here's where Bantu languages it talks about the same thing. Okay, so it just talks about some of those languages from there. Most likely they had mixed in with some of those A and B groups, and they caught some of their linguistics and invented a mid form. So the Bantu language was the combination of the Zulu and whatnot. Has a lot of people speaking that and whatnot. But let me go to where it just gives some meat for these things. Right there it is, talking about some of the things of the combination of Bantu, which means Ba, people, and the Ru, some, whatnot. We just talk about Aba, Abantu, Aba, Batu, Abantu. Keep saying that word weird. But remember I was talking about that basically that Aba, Antu, that's basically what it is, people. That's actually coming a branch that's made in combination from the Afro-Asiatic group, but is a separate branch of its own that people think is
Afro-Asiatic mixed with the inhabitants of Africa.
That's right. Okay.
And it only came to existence, that tells us the origin, that it only came to existence about 1000 BC to 500 BC. So if you think about that, that's about the time that we would have about Solomon going into different areas. And we know that he has ties with Sheba and all types of stuff. So you can have a lot of different ties with Africa and whatnot. But we also know the oldest synagogue was in Africa. The oldest Jewish synagogue is in Libya, Africa, 1000 BC. So we know the oldest synagogue, the oldest place where Jews were at was in Africa, because we know that there was a Egyptian that ruled in the areas of Africa, Libya, not actually in the traditional spot of the Levant. Just to kind of show that what I'm saying there. Let me just the Jews of Libya. I don't know why I put Libya like that. All right, so real fast, let me just show you on here, and then I'll show you the source for it. Here it is. The oldest trace of Jewish existence in Libya appears in this place here. I'll just show afterwards, with some archaeological surveys made on the Beritan region. They're dated its synagogue to the 10th century BC during King Solomon's reign. So you can see what's going on there. So that, and not just King Solomon's reign, is also interesting when you connect the pharaoh during that time. And it makes sense because that pharaoh, that's the pharaoh that gave his daughter to Solomon. It's actually the pharaoh that gave his daughter to Solomon. Let me actually just show, because I keep forgetting his exact name, the one Egyptian. But I'm gonna see if I can point him out real fast where it talks about him real fast. If I could, I think I gotta think of how his name is worded. So that. Let me just put it like maybe this. I gotta think of the pharaoh's name again real fast. Like that. Let's see. I just want to show you. I keep forgetting. I don't know why I keep forgetting his name. I keep forgetting this pharaoh name. But there's an Egyptian pharaoh that deals with Solomon, and I forget his name. But I'll show you once I get it. I got to think of it because these pharaohs always have some weird names. Let me see. Maybe I can just find it real fast. Always type pharaoh weird. Pharaoh that goes with. I always forget his name. Is that him? That sounds familiar. That might be him. But it's a pharaoh that's in Libya. It's a pharaoh that moved his area to Libya. And I'm gonna see if this is him. If this is the one that I'm thinking about. I think it's him. It might be, might not be. Let me see. No, I can't. I don't think it's this one. It can't be. It can't be. But it's a certain pharaoh. Let me see if I can just find it. If I can find it in Libya. Let's see if I can find him.
Is it Cheops? CHEOPS. I don't know.
Is he in Libya?
It's I found something that says the politics of Egyptian migration to Libya.
Yes, that's it. That's what year is that? It's like close to 1000 BC.
Yeah, it's talking about Copts.
Yeah, let me see.
Libya. Search the politics of Egyptian migration to Libya. It might be what you're looking for.
Just see if it's on this. No. Okay, so you said, say it again. It was the
politics of Egyptian migration to Libya. Oh, whoa! Wait, this is pretty recent. This is very recent.
it's recent. Okay, that might not be it. There's one. In fact, I might be able to find it because it was something I was talking about when I was having a conversation with Will. I might be able to find on his little video. I'm gonna go to Will's little video. That's why I always try to quote when I find these sources. I try to either save them or post them. But it was on a video. Will was talking about Libya, and it just reminded me of this study I was doing. Let me see, where is that on here? The Moors right here. All right. Will did a great live on this one. Let me see if I can. Oh, okay. Let me see if I can find that on here. Very early on. Gotta go back a little bit.
So what date are you looking for?
It's basically a quote. It's right here. I'm just gonna. Here it is. Here he is. I gotta find his name. There's his name. Okay, so I'm gonna show you real fast. The pharaoh. I don't know why I forgot his name. He has this weird name, Shashaka. So right here, so watch what it says here. Shashaka, it says basically, obviously, according to the Hebrew Bible, an Egyptian pharaoh who sacked Jerusalem in the 10th century BC. He's talking about obviously identified as this certain pharaoh. Shah, I don't know how you say that, but you can see what it talks about with Jerusalem. He actually had ties with Jeroboam, so that's probably why I got a little Solomon's son, pretty much. But you can see where it says right here. It's just talking about Jeroboam and a couple of different things that he had some connections and everything. But he says he was supported by obviously the Libyans and a couple of different ones in a couple of different areas. But this is the one that has connections to that synagogue that was in the areas of South Africa, the one in the 10th century BC that we was looking at.
There's one in South Africa.
In South Africa too?
No, what did you say?
Oh, my bad. Not South Africa. I mean North Africa.
Okay.
Sorry about that. South Africa. I mean south of the Mesopotamia, north of Africa. South of Mesopotamia. But that one has ties with this event with basically Solomon. And this will be a Egyptian from, if I remember, let me go back to that little thing I copied there. Here it is. It just says his campaign against the kingdom of Judah and his sack of Jerusalem are recounted in the Hebrew Bible and whatnot, all those things. Because it just talks about right here an Egyptian pharaoh who sacked Jerusalem, the tempest received, whatnot. Because this was getting some connections with the thing of Solomon. I'm just gonna copy it and quote it real fast to show right here. So here it talks about it with Jeroboam and whatnot. So it just talks about upon it a couple of things that had happened. It says, according to these accounts, I don't know how you say his name, Shaka, had provided refuge to Jeroboam during the later years of Solomon's reign and upon Solomon's death. So it just talks about Jeroboam, king, tribe of the north, which separate from obviously Judah during the separation of Judah and Israel. So it would say that it was this pharaoh right here that would be that pharaoh that would have ties to those things. So he would be like the one that was like in that area, but he had ties with the Libyans, and that's probably most likely why that there's an early synagogue during Solomon's reign in northern Africa that we know is a couple different sources for that one that we know that's actually true. Oops. I mean, I clicked Solomon there, but that was one of those ones that would be in this area here of Upper Africa. Let me see if I could just, or that's like, let's see if I can find a better spot of it. It's Libya, pretty much. You can see it's basically a location in Libya that here. Let's see, let's go to Libya, maybe. There it is. So there's where it would be. So the oldest synagogue, the oldest Jewish synagogue is actually in Africa. So that's why we also look at the Afro-Asiatic language, that it has ties throughout these areas and these areas, not up here, but throughout these areas, as a lot of the Semitic movements are making, and obviously some of that exile going into these areas down into here during exiles and runaways. A lot of people run away from the commandments. They would run away, and some vanished and stuff.
Can I ask one more thing? How certain are you about the information that you're reading in general?
What I usually do, I always try to check at least two or three sources that are separate and usually that are scholarly. Which these ones I already looked at. I already looked at these sources. So it's more about reading the direct source yourself. So for me, I don't believe people when they just say stuff. I gotta look at the source myself and evaluate it. So it's not because it could be a source and it could be a misinterpretation of the source. So I want to make sure the interpretation is correct and the source is an authentic source. So it's two ways. That's why I want to always have at least two or three sources, so I can verify that is an authentic source, and to verify that it is an appropriate interpretation. So authentic source, appropriate interpretation, and the third thing would also just be does other people talk about it? So that one doesn't really matter if other people talk about it, because sometimes you'll find sources no one's talking about, but it's nice to find sources that other people talk about.
But since the current Hebrews that is received by the world are like at the head of educational institutions, media, and stuff like that, don't you think they could be
alter information?
Yes, or the way we look, the way information is interpreted, or misrepresenting information.
Yes, I completely agree. And it's actually proven that they were changing information since the time of Herod. That's why it said, know your enemy, right? Keep your enemies closer and whatnot. And I actually looked deep into their history to see what is everything, where's it leading to, and where these things are going. And I came to the understanding that I found that they were altering information, but I did find out that historical documents, they can't alter because it's already written and it's already quoted and printed. And so there's the best resource is always going to be historical documents that are going to be from another individual from another time. But also I think the best thing to do is look at the total picture, because they can't change everything. They can change some things. They can get the world to believe a lie, but they can't get those who follow the truth to believe a lie. You know what I'm saying? Like
you're right.
Yeah. You stand in the truth long enough, you buy the truth, and you don't sell it, you're gonna have that truth, speaking for you. You don't even need to say anything. You just let the truth speak.
It's true. It's just like an example would be like the way things are today regarding politics. There's blatant lies, but there's so much information now. The truth is just looking at you in the face. So
it's fact.
That's how it is.
I wanna read you something real fast that I thought was really interesting. Here's the beginning of the hijack that was happening. Here's from a real book. This book is going to be from History of the Jews from the destruction of Jerusalem to present time. So it's going to give you some of the earliest reports. And this book is actually fairly old. This book is going to be from 1840. And this is what they read. It's actually a interesting quote. It talks about Herod and what he was doing. And I want to show you that, just like what you were saying, I believe that they were trying to alter information at the beginning of it all. As soon as the people went into captivity after Jerusalem fell, Herod and others started to alter information. But we can still
They probably conspired when they were pretending to be, friends, maybe. I don't know.
And that's what this is talking about. It says, after Herod had destroyed the greatest part of his supposed enemies, which is the Israelites. Remember, Edom hated Jacob. He began to exhibit a marked contempt for the Jewish religion and laws. So he hated the Jewish religion and he hated laws from the beginning of his reign to the final destruction of the temple. So from the beginning of his reign to the final destruction of the temple, which is about 70 AD and early on, the high priest had no hereditary right. What does that mean? It means, because Aaron is always hereditary. The line of Aaron has to be his sons to be on the priesthood. But we know, if we look in the book, even in the New Testament, it writes that some of the Herodians were getting into the temple, and the Herodians were basically becoming priests and stuff, and they were being like heads. That's why that's a part that they try to tempt Messiah, and they bring up a Herodian, a son of Herod, to witness while they're trying to tempt him, because they know that the line of Herod, being basically the ruler over that land, would have a high influence. But it says also destroy the authority of the Grand Sanhedrin. So the Grand Sanhedrin means the grand authority of judges. So he takes away the Jews from judging, and he takes away the Jews from having a hereditary right. It says, and burnt the Jewish records. Then he burned Jewish records. So you can just imagine what he, and if you know, the Jews apparently had you ever seen in the book of Ezra that they said one of the people couldn't prove himself to be a son of Aaron, because apparently they would have these stamps. They used to have these documented stamps that would basically say they're a son of, son of, son of, son of, son of, son of, and they would all have those documents, and it would say who they're a son of. And at the time of Ezra, when someone couldn't prove it, they couldn't be a priest. They couldn't become a priest because they couldn't prove that they're from the line of Aaron. But he's destroying those records. He says, and burnt the Jewish records that he, right, that he, being Herod, that he might be thought originally an Israelite. So the hijack begins before the temple was taken, that he was taking the people's hereditary right. He was taking the fact that the people were descendants of Aaron. He was destroying the grand Sanhedrin, which is the gathering of the Jews, and was burning records, and to try to make himself seem like he was the original Israelite. Herod, an Edomite, he built temples in Grecian taste, so he started changing the land, making it designed for the Greeks, because the Romans, the center of the Romans was the Greeks. That was a strong force outside the Romans, which were some of the hired forces, but in the center of Rome, in Constantinople and in areas of Rome, you would have the Greeks that would still be there from the transition of the previous Greeks from basically the Seleucids and all those groups. That
you're saying there were people higher than the Romans controlling things.
That's there it is. That's right. There was the Greeks that ruled in the center of Rome that were known as like the original inhabitants. But Herod was trying to obviously please them and erected statues for idolatrous worship. So Herod was also putting up statues for idolatry. And obviously he had a theater, and he has made games and stuff in honor of Augustus. So Augustus was
that propaganda from back in the day.
And that's very early. He's talking that happened as early as Augustus Caesar. So that's like during when, you know, the coming up of the gospel when it came up. But Herod would have been the one that's basically putting stumbling blocks all in the way of the people. But this book gets deep into that. But I just want to show you that, and I want to build off of that. I want to show you something. If you follow the family tree of Herod, right? If you follow the family tree of Herod, what you'll notice. Let me just click this. Obviously, he had a lot of children, a lot of family. Some had moved into Armenia. Some had went into different areas of Abyssinia. So they went into areas of Europe and Africa. Herod's family split into different areas. So this is his family. But what's interesting is one of the people who was a Khazar actually started to merge with the Romans. Now, the reason why that's important is because the Khazars also have an interesting ties to what is called the Amaleks, which were the Edomites. And the Amaleks, what's interesting about the Amaleks, what I end up finding out about the Amaleks is that the Amaleks settled in Armenia. And we know that a large portion of those groups is actually what we see today as Ashkenaz. Now, the reason why I say that is because there's an interesting mixture and an interesting study on these things. But you can see right here, the Khazars became the one with the Romans, right? The Khazars merged together with the Romans under a man named Leo the Fourth. Leo the Fourth actually was one of the Khazar groups that actually merged with the Romans that became one with them. You can see this is actually Constantine. Was it Constantine the Fourth or something like that? I forget. Don't quote me on that. One of the Constantines, not the same Constantine from 330, not the same Constantine from the big thing with Nicaea and stuff. This is a little later Constantine. This is Constantine, and then this is going to be Leo. That's Leo behind him. And then Leo becomes a ruler. He has a coin that he prints out. And Leo is a Khazar. Leo, the Khazar, was a Byzantine empire from 775 to 780 AD. And he's from Constantine the Fifth. Constantine the Fifth. That's who he comes from, Constantine the Fifth. And he ends up settling in a lot of these places. But I just want to show you that just considering those two things, that's probably why there's some hijacks going on, because we got Khazars marrying into Romans. We got Herod trying to impress the Romans, especially the Greeks, and he's over here altering information from the get-go.
Okay.
So that's why, like you were saying, that's why I believe historical documents help. So we do gotta try to avoid those hijacks that be happening. A lot of those hijacks do be happening. A lot of misinformation, but that's why this information actually goes deep. When I was talking about it goes deep, it goes deep because I had to make sure I'm getting the full understanding of what they're trying to say and what genetics is actually showing and what history is showing. And basically what I found out was something very interesting right here. I'll just read you something real fast on this thing. Just to show, because remember why I was talking about the Khazars and stuff and whatnot?
Mm-hmm.
Because the Khazars are basically the Amaleks. But I'm gonna show you that real fast with a real source, which is also off of the Jewish information or the Jewish library information that they have that a lot of historical documents contest of.
It's weird what they do. They will show you the truth and lie at the same time.
They'll show you the truth and lie at the same time. At the same time, exactly. It says, in fact, there is no major Y chromosome haplogroups found among Ashkenazi Jews that are not also found among Armenians, and vice versa. Now that would be one thing and all. So it says that basically Armenians and Ashkenaz are the same. And what we also notice, if we look up information about Ashkenaz and Armenia, you can find out in the past, Armenia has been connected with biblical Ashkenaz. The Armenians are termed the Ashkenazi nation in their literature.
And it just goes on. JewishVirtualLibrary.org.
There it is. Remember I said it was right from their information? And they'll tell you right here that the area, it says it's sometimes covering neighboring this area, and it says, and also Khazaria. And it says it says territory of the Slavs and neighboring forests of tribes considered by the Arab descendants of Khazaria. As it just goes on a little more. And then watch what it says. Armenia is linked with Uz, right? Armenia, right? Remember it talks about the anti-Jewish attitudes prevailing in Eastern Byzantine. So remember, anti-Jewish, Eastern Byzantine. Byzantine is Rome. Armenia prevents made the Targum identify it with the daughter of Edom that dwells in the land of Uz. So what it's saying here is that it's talking about they basically they told a lot of people that they had to mention them that they are, because Armenia is linked with Uz, and they said they had to link them with also daughter of Edom, because why they say daughter of Edom? Because they have Edom's women. Edom mixed with the Hittites and the Hivites. And so the women made the men one family. All these groups had mixed with the women, and they were becoming one group. And they were called the Amaleks. They were different than the Edomites. They were called the Amaleks. Okay. And so it goes on. And let's go to another piece of it. Here's where it goes on. It says the Khazars were sometimes credited with Armenian origin. It says the term Armenian often includes much of Anatolia. So you can obviously know that's in areas of Turkey and everything. And then it goes on. And let me make sure I point out this last part here, just to make it clear. Let me actually close it I'll open it up so you can see it from their site, as there's a little more to it that has a little more information on it. Let me click it and point this out and point out that this real fast. Okay, so watch what it says right here. So remember in the Bible, it said that God would have war with Amalek forever. It says right here, the Uz Armenia of, just talk about some things of Anatolia and everything, region near Constantinople, because remember, we've got the Khazars marrying in on Constantine of Constantinople, of the Byzantines, of the Romans. Yeah. It says Armenia is also sometimes called Amalek in some sources. The Jews often referred to the Armenians as Amaleks or Amaleks. So the Amalek still exists. This is the Byzantine term of Armenian. So it's even saying the Byzantines, when they call to the Armenians, they call them Amaleks. They call them Amaleks, and it was adopted by the Jews from, just talks about some things of the Chronicles. Amalek was conquered by the, I was just talking about some nobles and whatnot, and just talks about some different things. But it just lets you know that the idea that Khazaria was originally Amalek helps support, just talks about some ideas and whatnot. They try to add on some crazy theory. They try to say some of those who were Khazars are Jews. We know that the Khazars are trying to be Jews and things like that. I had talked about these scriptures before, that they misquote the scripture, that they try to say the sons of Simeon were Jews, when we know that the Jews were sons of Levi, Benjamin, and Judah. So that's just something I went over before, that quote is not saying that those were Jews.
Sons of Simeon weren't Jews.
Some sons of Simeon were not Jews. They were not Jews. But that's one of those things, because there's too many sources that shows that the Amaleks were Armenians, and the Armenians have connections to the biblical Ashkenaz, and the biblical Ashkenaz have connections to the Ashkenazi, and they're genetically related. You see what I'm saying? So it's kind of like they're trying to get out of that loop that is giving a perfect understanding that the Amaleks, the sons of, or the children of Herod, will actually be that same group that we see today that a lot of people actually mistake as Jews, but they're actually not.
I googled Simeon and it says son of Jacob on Wikipedia. So why wouldn't he be a Jew if he's a son of Jacob?
Because a Jew would be a son from Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. But the northern tribes had split apart and separate themselves from the Jews for a while.
Okay. When I say Jew, I just think of a son of Jacob. That's what I think. I wasn't actually thinking of where the actual name comes from. That's where I said that.
That's okay, because it basically, in a way, it can mean that, but when getting like specific to like the history, that's technically what it would be, because the separation of those two tribes.
Okay.
But that's why I want to show you. I just want to show you that, just like you said, they do be trying to change history, but they can't escape from the fact that they are actually the ancient women, the ancient line of the Edomites, the daughter of Edom, from the land of Uz, Armenia, Amalek. See what I'm saying?
Kim Kardashian and that.
Yeah, a lot of that connection, whatnot, a lot of connection. We also got books that tells you that in the 1700s, they knew that the Jews were modern Jews. They weren't ancient Jews. They know that the Jews that came in were not the original ancient Jews based on historical documents. We know that the Jews that came in were modern Jews. Like, for example, this book right here. This is from even before America became a nation, 1706. It's called the Antiquities of Nations, more particular, the Celts and Gauls. And what they basically write on here, long story short, they say that here you must know that the Hebrews, at least the modern Jews, to let you know that they're not ancient Jews, they're modern Jews. And it just talks about that they try to make a new idea, and say that the Germans are Ashkenaz. So you'll see that they'll try to do that sometimes and say the Germatics are Ashkenaz and all that stuff. But there's interesting connections when you connect Ashkenaz to its historical documents.
So the Jews that were facing persecution, was it the ones that we're seeing today, or was it a different?
So I have followed the historical trail of genetics, and I found that the Jews that were being under persecution were actually the E1B1A groups, and whoever was around them. That's actually the monophylactic family of the Jews, is that group of the E1B1 groups actually was the ones being persecuted by the Arabs. They were persecuted by the Portuguese, the Sephardic Jews.
That is what I was actually thinking of when I asked that, the Portuguese ones.
Yep. And we can find the evidence of the genetics. We can find the evidence of the paperwork. We can find paintings. We can find all those things. The paintings have agreements. The historical reports have agreements. The genetic information has agreements. You know, even the scriptures prophesied of it. Even in Obadiah, if you look carefully in Obadiah, it word for word. Let me just show you something real fast in Obadiah. Let me just look where it's at real fast. There's a place that if you look carefully, Obadiah gives almost like a secret prophecy if you look at it linguistically from the language of it. Let me just think about where is that. Obadiah 1, and let's see which one it is. 20. This the verse right here. Watch what it says right here. Here's a prophecy of that one that happened. This is what it says. It says, the captivity of the host of the children of Israel shall possess that of the Canaanites, even to Zepharth, and the captivity of Jerusalem, which is in the captivity of Jerusalem, right? It says Jerusalem. Who's at Jerusalem? The Jews. The captivity of Jerusalem, which is in Sephar. Now, if we look at this word right here, it says that they shall possess the south. If we look at this word right here, we go to the Hebrew and look at the original word that's said there, right there. And we go to it, and we can see an interesting connection, right? It says the location of some exiles, but there's no other place where this is said. Only in this place is this said. So just to go a little more into it, you know, when you go into what's going on there, is letting you know that these ones of who will be the captives of Jerusalem, the Sephard, right? When you think Sephardic Jew, if you even connect that linguistically, it's got connections to Latin, right? The ones of Latin of Spain, they are the ones that are gonna be the ones that go into captivity. So that's what it's really getting down to.
So you know, when this was happening and they was picking up slaves from West Africa, how did that I don't really get it. So they were persecuting them and they were picking up people that looked like them in West Africa to sell in America.
It's a little more complex than that.
Yeah.
So the Jews of 70 AD, we know that they're going to much persecutions, they're going to exiles, they're going to captivities and things like that. We got images of the Jews. I got pictures of Peter and Paul. We got pictures of early Jews that were in that time. We know that they go into different areas, and they're also known to look like Egyptians. But right after the Bar Kokhba revolt, they go into Arabia. They settle in Arabia for a while, and they become, in fact, I'll just show it like this. They become a group called the Siddists. How they become the group called the Siddists? Because when Islam rises up, they are persecuting the Jews. What they do is they push them out of Arabia and it will be about the time of the rise of Islam. So it talks about the first Siddists arriving in the areas of India. It says several other follow with the Arab Islamic conquest of the subcontinent in 712 AD. So we know that. So you see what's going on there. So it actually takes off at the Muslim conquest, and this group is actually the same genetics as that said Bantu group. That's why they'll even say the Siddhist population was increased by the Bantu people, right? They'll say from Southwest Africa, but if you look in areas of Arabia, we know that this lineage actually has a high dominance in the areas of Arabia, but they do go into areas as they pushed into areas of India. But what happens is they remain being persecuted for a long time, but then a group rises up that's fighting with the Arabs, which is going to be the basically the Romans. But the Romans have a far side, which is going to be Spain, and Spain ends up being taken by the Germanics, and the Germanics basically rule over the areas of Spain. For this part, I probably got to use a map real fast. Just go to Rome. Fall. They fell. Why is that important? Because first Rome owns this area, but there's Jews over here at this time. But it increases after the Jews from Jerusalem. After this fall, some go over here, but some also go over here. But some are also going to be there for a while until they get persecuted by the Islamic rise, and they go over here. But this ends up being taken by the Germanics. This is probably the kingdom of the Visigoths. Other ones take this area. The Franks take here, and this becomes France. You got other groups taken here, and this becomes said quote unquote Holy Roman Empire, which remember this is going to actually be Rome, where Constantinople is. But the Holy Roman Empire ended up rising, and then over here you're actually going to have the Jews there for a while until the rise of a group that is going to have that Latin with them, which is going to be the Portuguese. In fact, let me go over here. I think it will probably say it right on here. When the Portuguese rise, about like it's kind of hard to say when. Let me actually this out real fast, because you want to look at how the Portuguese also moved. Let me go to a map here. Need a bigger map here. Let me see. I gotta make sure. All right, I'll just type it down real fast. Let's go here. Just to kind of point this out real fast. This just talks about where the Portuguese moved, but that's not really given enough origins, because they exist earlier than this. Okay, so here's a decent map. So the Portuguese are over here. And remember, they actually are going to be barbarians. They're going to be the barbarians that actually rise up to power. And then what happens is
Who are barbarians? Berbers?
No, well, these ones aren't Berbers. These are going to actually be the barbarians. Just to show. Now you're talking about the Berber Moors.
Oh, okay. That's different.
Just show it to the real fast.
Okay, Germanic.
Yeah, the Germanic invasion.
Okay.
Right here. One second. Let me just shut this boy. All right, so you see what I'm showing right here? So yes. when the Huns came in, they pushed a bunch of the barbarians over. And as the barbarians were being pushed over, you got the Visigoths standing over here. They're just Goths, branches of the Goths, or Ostrogoths and your Visigoths. They're just branches of Goths. They're just one group, just side branches. But they end up taking this whole area, and they end up taking this area as well. But the Moors, they come in about 711. About 711, the Moors take Granada, Spain, and they settle in the area. And those Moors are also the Moroccans, are also the Berbers. But some of the Vandals are also mixed with them, because the Vandals actually lead that group for some reason.
The Vandals were leading the Moors.
Yeah, the Vandals were like a Germanic group that mixed in with the Moors that end up taking in Islam.
Okay.
So sometimes you gotta be careful, because E1B1B was the largest of the Moors, but also some of the Indo-European groups took in Islam and became one with them. The Vandals, they had merged with them. That's also important there. But let me go back to
you're going
over here. So now what we notice is what Portugal does is that you see how these lines here, early on it moves throughout this area, and it'll settle in different areas here, and then they also go over here. But what they do is they continue on and go into these areas. Portugal settles in a lot of different areas. They settle over here, all the way over here. They go over here, and they
and I'm guessing they take E1B1A with them.
They take the Jews with them as they're moving around, and they're making different settlements. And we know that they're Jews and we know that they're E1B1A, and we know that they're Jews. But we know that this group that they also take some to Brazil, and some to even they put some of the Jews that are here, and these are all their settlements that they actually have. Their colonies that they have, that they actually settle in. and they're getting a lot of the people from a lot of these different areas, and those are the ones that's going into the slave trade. They're actually the implementers of the slave trade. The Portuguese.
I'm Nigerian. Our broken English is full of Portuguese words for some reason.
Yep, and you know why that is? That's because of that scramble for Africa. When they took Africa and they basically, sold massive parts of it to themselves. That was still while America was becoming a nation, but in 1800s they took Africa and broke it. So it said, I want this piece, you want that piece. It's called the scramble for Africa here. And then like Nigeria, let me see. So right, let's get a little understanding. Maybe I can click one of these. Let's see if I can click one of these. Just to kind of like get a good understanding of it. So you can see obviously the Portuguese settlements. You can see them all in here. They got some areas of here. But this area obviously still has some ties because if you know the Portuguese and the British, they have high connections because they're all one. They're
the Portuguese were there first, as in like they weren't. This was before the scramble of Africa. They had dealings in West Africa, the Portuguese. So I think that's how.
That's right.
I don't know.
That's right. If I recall, that was like around
the 1400s.
13, 14. Yep. That's right. So and that's why I believe one of the most important groups to follow is the cities, who they call the cities. That we know that they weren't just regular slaves. Some of them became high-ranking rulers of armies and stuff. They was very powerful peoples. Some people call them Indo-African. I don't know what you say, Indo-African, but Indo-Iranian, Iraqian. There's another way to call them. But they also have connections to Abyssinia, which is basically Ethiopia, which also a lot of different Shemites go into that area too, and whatnot. So that's. But here it says later the city's population was increased by the Bantu from Africa, who was brought to the Indian continent as slaves by the Portuguese. So it lets you know a little bit about some of the Portuguese that also took in some of the persecutions that was going on there. And
don't you think E1B1A was kind of doing it to E1B1A?
What were they? Yeah, like what they say, Africans selling Africans.
As in, like maybe some Portuguese E1B1As were,
I think that a large portion of E1B1, whether it be E1B1B, most likely, less likely E1B1A, but more likely E1B1B, that they became a lot of the different nations, a lot of different nations mixed with them. They were literally in almost every nation. So it's possible that they, after mixing with the women for a long time, looking visually the same, they would have probably thought they're the same as the Portuguese. And yes, they probably could have took part in that slave trade.
Okay.
But I appreciate, these questions actually help, edify different ideas and things like that. I just want to see because I didn't really look in the chat for a minute to see how everyone's doing.
So you don't think that, okay, so what do you think about the theory that Africa is the promised land? Do you think it has any weight?
I think it depends, because there's never been a quote like in the Bible as Africa the promised land, but rather Abraham had a region from Euphrates to Africa. So we know that Africa is part of the promised land all the way to Egypt. So Africa would be the part of the promised land. And I think
the latest theory is that sub-Saharan Africa is.
Yeah,
Because
I wonder
in
why they said,
Genesis,
because I seen
you know
that.
why? In
Say that.
Genesis 13, it says he went up out of Egypt into the south. And then, when you think about it logically, sub-Saharan Africa is the richest land resource-wise that we know of. So I don't know. I guess it's something that sent people on a tangent, and there's a lot of strange coincidences. I don't know. For example, in South Africa, older maps will show you Beersheba. I don't know why, if the Europeans are trolling, but it's there. There's also Jerusalem in South Africa. There's also a River Jordan in South Africa. Obviously, River Jordan's a nature reserve. So I don't know, maybe it's something that you might want to just look into in your spare time, just for maybe for fun, you know.
We also got to be careful on how we read this, because
Okay.
this is how it reads. It says, and Abram went up out of Egypt. Now, the first thing we got to notice that is letting us know that he's going up out of Egypt. So we got to
That's
know,
true.
where is Egypt? How during Abraham's time, if we go to Egypt, now if you already know,
It would have stretched to the Levant, I'm guessing. Is that what you're saying?
not during Abraham's time, during
Okay.
about the 13th dynasty, just to get a map of Egypt. But it makes a good impression, because we want to look at one from the 13th dynasty. Not these are later. Let me see if we find one. These are New Kingdom. We need one of the 13th dynasty. I don't know if they have a map of that. This one works because this is during the Hyksos invasion. This is the 13th dynasty. So
Okay.
about this time, Abraham would have existed. But notice this will be Egypt and this will be Egypt. So if it reads Abraham went up out of Egypt, that means that he couldn't have went down into Egypt, because if he was here, he would have went more into Egypt, because at this time we had a transition where all of Egypt was all one together. But though you have an upper and lower Egypt, it doesn't say that he went up out of lower Egypt into upper Egypt, but it says he went out of Egypt. But notice where he goes after he leaves out of Egypt. But notice the part that we're probably stumbling on is this one, because
Yes.
it says he went up out of Egypt, he and his wife and all that he had, and Lot with him, into the south. So if he went into the south, what would be the south? And the way that we can know where's the south, if we look at the full chapter,
Yes.
and we scroll a little down, we can notice something that's in the south. He says there was strife between the herdsmen of Abram's cattle and the herdsmen of Lot's cattle, and the Canaanites and the Perizzites dwelled then in the land. So it's letting you know that that land will be filled. Also, that's where we will find Sodom and Gomorrah. But notice that what it says about the plain of Jordan is, as and Lot lifted his eyes up and beheld all the plain of Jordan, that it was. Now the reason why it's the south, because if you go out of Egypt, you'll be on South Levant. So it's saying the south, basically south of Levant. So when he came out, he was about in the south, about Jordan, about this area.
Yeah.
And then, so they will be on the south of it. And then it just says they seen the Jordan, and it was watered well and everything. It says before the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, even as the garden of the Lord, like the land of Egypt. So he's comparing. Now he's saying like the land of Egypt. So he's saying that this is not Egypt, is like the land of Egypt. So by doing a comparison there, it automatically tells us that they cannot be in Egypt, not in South Egypt, because they're comparing the land like Egypt. And it just goes on, and it continues on and talks about some things when they say they're going which way. It says Lot dwelled in the cities of the plain and pitched his tents towards Sodom. Also, if we know that Lot was there, we should be able to find his sons, which will be the children of Moab. It just so happens that we also have what is called the Moabite stele or stone. That is a found relic of the Moabites. And the Moabites actually mention the Israelites. They actually mention that the Israelites are there, and the place where it's also found is exactly where Lot had went, which would be, just to show it on a map. Maybe I could just point it out. Not this. That's Utah. I'm gonna show it real fast on here, and that's a modern name. But let me show you real fast. So right here, located in modern Jordan. So it just tells you.
Yeah,
Basically,
but they say that they found it there. But do you believe that? You know the whole story about the Dead Sea Scrolls. Do you believe that to be like a real story? How a child was playing, and then they found a random cave, and then they came upon all of these scrolls and stuff like that. You know, these findings could be, you know.
Yeah, for that one, they say that a kid threw a rock into one of the holes of the caves that was on the side of this mountain. And that one, they said they heard something, they heard shatter, and they found those Dead Sea Scrolls. They were dated, and they did find that they were authentic. But you got to be careful because there are some fake Dead Sea Scrolls, but those ones already been basically debunked and pushed off. So the fake ones were basically pushed off, but the real ones were dated. They had ancient papyrus that dated to about, and remember they're not that old, but they are old. So they're like 2000 BC. So that's still fairly old. That's like 2,000 years before Christ. That's about 300 years after the last written record in the Bible. So that's still fairly written record in the New Testament, in the Old Testament. In the Old Testament, that ends about the Persian time. But the papers that we find are about in the Greek time frame. So transition of the Greek to the Persian time frame, we find the Dead Sea Scrolls that most likely reflect some of the persecution that the people were going through at a time, trying to probably preserve some of the writings. And there were
what date are they dating the Dead Sea Scrolls at? Do you know?
Here's an example. Let's go to like Isaiah. Some of them are different. I'll just put some of them are different. Some of them are older than others. There's a show, the Isaiah scroll, which I'll go to the exact one right here. Here's a digital copy of it.
Okay.
So this is going to be, I believe, 2000. Here it is, dating from 125 BC. So the Dead Sea Scrolls are just, evidence that these scrolls were written long time ago. They're not going to be the original copies, but they're going to be copies of copies of copies, which just brings authenticity to.
But that's the same Hebrew that they use today, which is kind of weird. It's the same modern script that they use today.
And that's
right?
Yeah, and that's because that's block Hebrew from Ezra's time. During Ezra's time, we know that the Hebrew linguistics changed because of the forced lingua franca of our how you say it, Aramaic. Aramaic. The Aramaic of the Assyrians and the Persians that were basically influenced in the Babylonians that was influencing this type of Aramaic language. That's why you'll notice that they will not have a Hebrew at a time, but they'll have like an Aramaic, and they'll switch to a block Hebrew. That changes a little bit how the writing style is. It's still the same language. It's still going to be Hebrew, but it's going to be a different script, which is going to be block Hebrew versus the Paleo or pictographic Hebrew that it previously had. This will be more of a later Hebrew that came out about 580, just to kind of show that real fast. Ezra. Just to give a little history on that. Let's see. Go to a couple different ones on that. I gotta think about what's the best way to show it. I put it like that. Right here. It's probably not gonna talk about the linguistics. Or I'll just show it like this. Let's see. Block Hebrew origins.
Okay.
So let's see. So they also call it different things like the Assyrian script. Here it is. According to the tradition, the block script seen today, because that's the one you're talking about, that's seen today in Hebrew Torah scrolls, called the Assyrian script. That's the block script, the block Hebrew or block script. But it's also called Assyrian script because that's who was forcing the language. The Assyrians, the Babylonians, and a little bit of the Persians, that they were kind of forcing this language so that they can understand them. Just talks about that it will be early on, but that's a little more history on that. There's some more sources that to go into some more of the history onto the origins, how we know that it transitioned, how it went through a transition. Here's a little interesting little short summary just to kind of point it out. I think this will have a little bit on it. Let me see. I believe this would have something. Let's see. Right here. Let me see. That's one of these. I'll just go to this to point out. Right here, just to show it. So let's say, like, for example, the alpha, we know that we have evidence of the script changing. So like the original ones, that's the pictographic Hebrew, like your pictographic languages and everything. Yeah. And then you get your about 500 AD, you get block Hebrew, which
the one we see today.
Yep, that's the one we see today. That's okay. Right. So the block Hebrew, the Hebrew that we see today, that's going to come after 500 AD when they start to, force the people to have a certain style of.
Yeah, but the thing is, the thing that you showed me said that scroll is dated to 125 BC.
Yes, and that's what I was saying too. The Dead Sea Scrolls are not really the original scrolls, but they're a copy of the scrolls about in the Greek time frame.
So how can we trust that date if
because the history?
Because the source that you just showed said that this script was used from 500 AD. So how can the Dead Sea Scroll be 100? What did it say? 125 BCE.
Yeah, and remember 500 AD. After 500 AD, they always use block Hebrew. So this is what we should expect, that after the Syrian conquest, the Babylonian conquest, the Persian conquest, to coming up the Greeks, about 125 BC, we should see that they would have rather not the original Paleo or pictographic Hebrew. They should have the block Hebrew, which we also have other ancient finds of that block Hebrew. I got a paper that has some of that Hebrew writing all the way to like 500, 600 BC, which this is just for Isaiah scroll, but I have something else for the writing. This is actually going to be later, but the way that we know that it's ancient is because it's cited by older sources, right? Like, for example, the way that we know that the kings had to be written before Babylon or before Nebuchadnezzar and whatnot, we know that Nebuchadnezzar in one of his tablets, in a real tablet, it's called a Jerusalem stele, a Jerusalem tablet, and he writes that he went against Jehoiakim, the son of Jehoiakim, his son. So he goes against Jehoiakim and his son Jehoiachin, and then he puts on a new king on the throne, which there's only one king that's assigned by Nebuchadnezzar after he takes one of the kings. And that king will actually be the one who he renames. His name was Mattaniah, but he changed his name to Zedekiah. So Zedekiah, the last king of Judah, we know that he's mentioned by Nebuchadnezzar. And we know that these scrolls are actually prophesying of the destruction of Jerusalem. And remember, Isaiah is prophesying while Jerusalem's standing. But he prophesies of a destruction of Jerusalem. But there's other cross-reference sources to also know that this would be at that time, like certain linguistic synchronisms and the way that they talk about certain kings of their time and certain elements of the land, different things like that, that we know what time it was written.
So why does this language have so much connection to German?
Which one?
Hebrew.
Probably not Hebrew having connections to German,
or
but
Yiddish and stuff. How does it? Why is it so
Yiddish,
connected to that?
because Yiddish is a created language. It's basically taking multiple languages and comprising them into a trade language. Yiddish is actually a trade language that they developed when they were working around the Silk Road, and they would have Yiddish as a secret merchant language. It was a secret merchant language that they basically had when they were going around. Let me just show a little bit on that real fast. Right here. Yiddish. For a little bit on that. So they just talk about, here it is. Here you must know, it just talks about some things when it's, because remember that historical writing we was talking about with Yiddish? Remember I was talking about how the modern Jews are actually the ones who come in that speak Yiddish. We also know that the Yiddish ones, there's other sources that talk about that the people who spoke Yiddish were actually the ones who were converted. We know this because we got historical documents that tells you the converted ones were the ones that spoke Yiddish and were the ones who were originally the Khazars that were converted. But right here is a piece from Dr. Aaron Elhak. He's a geneticist at University of Stanford. He talks about the Ashkenaz. He says, at 1,000 years of research for location of Ashkenaz, though thought to be the birthplace of the Ashkenazic Jews and the Yiddish language. He just says, obviously, it was very important. But they do talk about it as Yiddish, the Yiddish language, which consists basically of Hebrew, German, and Slavic elements. And just from the fact that it has German and Slavic means it's modern, because German is modern and Slavic is modern. That got to be at least AD time frame for that combination, for that linguistic combination. But we know that it came to about the 9th century AD, not BC.
Okay.
But some suggest that rather Hebrew, they believe that it's linked to more of a German origin, or also might be a Slavic origin, so closer to those instead of the Afro-Asiatic Hebrew, because it's actually Indo-European. This language is actually Indo-European.
Exactly. So there's, I don't know, something doesn't make sense for me there, because it's so European, that language. It's like it was made up.
It was made. It was recently made. We got Arab scholars that tells you that, you know, it has connections with Ashkenaz and whatnot. But right here, I'll just read something right here from this little report from 2017 that basically when they was looking at Yiddish and it's basically whole conjunction of how it has relation to the modern Jews and whatnot. This is actually what they found out. So there's a couple of different geneticists. Obviously, we got Elhak on there. He's going to tell these things as it is. That's what he says. Finally, German was known to French scholars like this one, Arad, from this early time. This is from AD. So he's letting you know German, the earliest German was in 1160 AD to 1235 AD. Notice the name of it, Armenia. And it just goes on and says, after the Armenian tribes, right? There's a show what they're talking about there. So they're saying that the first ones, even they're talking about a term that was also adopted by Arab scholars. So they also talk about this group, just to show these tribes here. Armenian is just basically in this little area up here that you can see right here. So right here is basically saying that this group right here is actually where that connection is going to come from. I'm going to read a little more on it. So it just talks about that. That's what it was named off of. Had the French scholar Rashi, right? Just talks about early one interpreted Ashkenaz as Germany. So he's saying when Ashkenaz was there, because a lot of times people say the word Ashkenaz came from Germany, but that's not true. because we got mentioning of Germany separate from the word Ashkenaz. So he's saying that one person in 1040 actually interpreted Ashkenaz. He never interpreted Ashkenaz as Germany, pretty much. It would have been known to Radak. Is basically saying he also never translated Ashkenaz as Germany, because Ashkenaz and Germany are two different words, who use Rashi symbols. Therefore, it says Winsler proposed that Rashi use Ashkenaz in the meaning of Slavic, and the term Ashkenaz assumed the solitary meaning German land only after the 11th century. So it's letting you know that German, which was there before the coming up of Yiddish, actually had a separate meaning, separate also than Ashkenaz. But then later on, there was a merging of the linguistics and in the Western Europe as a result of the rise of Yiddish. So Yiddish is the only language that actually relates Ashkenaz and Germany together. That's how Yiddish also is made. That's why that paper said the modern Jews said that the Germans are Ashkenaz. For response, it says, just goes on, it says, this also supports by just a certain study major findings of the only known, just going to go down where it talks about the villages, whose name derived from the word Ashkenaz, located in ancient lands of Ashkenaz. Our inference is therefore supported by historical, linguistic, and genetic evidence, which has more weight as a sample origin that can be easily explained than a more complex scenario that involves multi-translocations. They're just saying basically, the way that the linguistics for Ashkenaz and German are connected, they only connected in the 11th century. But in the 10th century, we know they were two different words. But in the 11th century, they invented Yiddish. They know that the AJs, or the Ashkenazi Jews, actually were the origin of Yiddish, that they would make Yiddish, but they were actually basically Indo-Turks. They had Indo-Turk Slavic origin, but they mixed with some of the.
Okay, so they use that language to bridge the gap between other tribes.
That is basically the best way to explain this, right? The best way to explain it is that this people converted to, right? Remember how I was talking about the Silk Road and everything, how they played a part in the Silk Road in the 9th and 11th century. These people, after Leo the Fourth, when he had mixed with the Byzantines of the Romans, a little bit later, you'll get basically a group that is converted. Just also show this so that someone is not saying, oh, they was not converted, because remember that source I showed you that it said that they were modern Jews.
Yeah.
There's also a source that goes on and tells us something that's also important to consider, that they were recently converted. And I'm not talking this is said in the 13 tribes. This is said in this document, right? Let me just point it out real fast right here. This little document, which would be a little earlier than even when the 13 tribes were written, the conquest of a continent and expansion of races in America. So 1933. And this is what they actually write real fast. I'm gonna just go right to here where it's talked about. This is what they talk about those recent invasions. This is what they say. They say this: the great mass of immigrations from South Poland, Galatia, which that's areas of where the Gauls are, like the obviously the you think about the Germans and stuff, and Russia, were Ashkenazim Jews, descendants in part of outlying Khazars. So it's saying that they are descendants of Khazars. Why they call them Jews? Because they switched. They believe in Judaism. It's going to tell you how. With the Mongol admixture who entered the eastern Ukraine from Asia in the early century of our era. Many of the Khazars and their kin, that's their leaders, were converted by Jewish missionaries, and they formally accepted Judaism. And remember, I would talk about that Khazar that married in of the Byzantines, about 700. He says they accepted Judaism in 740 AD, right? And then he says it is doubtful whether there is a single drop of the old Palestinian Semitic speaking Hebrew blood among these East European Jews. Right? See what's going on there? So remember who converted them. The ones who converted them, as it says, it'll tell us very specifically, just to kind of make that clear on here, right here. So they were converted. They accepted Judaism by Jewish missionaries. Those missionaries will actually be Persians. They will be Persian missionaries. We know because there's other sources that go into it, but I just want to show you that's where, as it says, the language they speak is Jiddish or Yiddish, is a corrupt German of the Franken. How you say that? Franken, basically, Franconian dialect mixed with Slavic and Hebrew elements. So it's a mixture. Yiddish is actually a later mixture of the Slavic and German, a corrupt German with some of the Franks mixture of their dialect with the Slavic and Hebrew. It's as mixed as they are. Is the best way to put it. They're as mixed as their language. That's the best way to put it. But it'll obviously tell you which fact strengthens the tradition of a large migration of German Jews into Poland in the Middle Ages. So that's what we was talking about. That they were talking about that they had a conversion, but we also know that they were massively converted by specifically Persian Jews, the Persian Jews were also called proselytes, and proselytes were actually Gentiles that converted to Judaism. So really, it was Gentiles that converted these Gentiles. Really, that's what it was. When you go to the full picture of it, that was
Gentiles that converted them.
That's right. That was Gentiles that converted these ones, and they converted. But then the reason I'm gonna show you, want to know why they started to call. Now they already at that time they knew that they converted by faith, right? They had a faith in Judaism, but there was a generation that went by because of a mistake that someone named. I just gotta show you the word for word quote. That was someone, if I remember his name right, something Aaron something. I gotta show you. But he basically told them, he was telling the people that they were bloodline Jews. And what happened was let me go to the other one. When he started doing that, he tricked the people. He made the people think that they were bloodline Jews. And what happened was the Byzantines or a certain group told him to bring out his documents. He said, bring out your because Jews had a stamped document of who they were. And he said, if you're bloodline Jews, then show us some of your documents of what you have. Because some of the Jews had those documents, but they found out that he could not bring out those documents. But he ended up finding that he was a descendant of Japheth rather than a descendant of Shem, and that was something that was very important for them to know at that time. But let me show you that real fast on here, that quote, so I can just show you that because I think it's important. I also forgot his name and everything. But also, if you know already, 23andMe actually found out that the Ashkenazi Jews.
Yeah, I saw that.
They took it down. They tried to hide it.
Yeah, they changed it. They said, don't do that.
Yep, they try to hide it. And that's what's going on. They're like, oh, try to take that away. Here it is. This is his name. I'll type his name down so you can see what his name is. His name, and this is a Khazar. It's going to show you that as a Khazar. Joseph ben, meaning son of Aaron. Sounds like a Jew, don't it? Joseph, son of Aaron.
Of Khazaria.
Of Constantinople. Not this one. Let me see. Joseph ben Aaron, right here, the Khazar. So watch what it says here about this king of the Khazars and what he did in the 90s. So son of Aaron, it says son of Aaron, but remember, he's a Khazar all the way. Just to show this real fast. The king Joseph then proceeds to provide a genealogy of his people. Though fierce Jewish nationalists, because remember they converted to Judaism in 700 AD, proud of wielding the scepter of Judah, he cannot and does not claim them Semitic descent. He traces their ancestry not to Shem, but to Noah's third son, Japheth. So you can see a little bit.
That's interesting. They said Noah's third son, Japheth.
Mm-hmm. Now for that one, that's actually a quote coming from a preacher. So that one, take that word for word quote as a sense of still evaluation, because when talking about the sons of Ham, Shem, and Japheth, you gotta be careful on that sequence. But necessarily, he was right for that, because there are historical documents that do basically say that this Khazar basically tried to say that he was a descendant, but he wasn't. So this pretty much his name. If you want to see more into him, I just wanted to show his name so that, you know, if someone wants to get more into that event, they can get a little more into that. He was a Khazar that was a Jew that converted to Judaism. As it says, Joseph actively sought contact with Jews elsewhere in the Dispersia and different things like that and whatnot. So, and that's important to know, because the Jews of that time, if you look up historical documents, the Jews of that time was known to be darker skinned in that time. The Jews, at least, right? Just to kind of like make that statement to get an understanding of it. That the Jews of that time would not look like how the Khazars looked, which we got historical documents that just to show you what the Khazars look like. We can go to like different historical documents, but many people know about them.
Yeah,
they know about them. You can just look up Khazar Jew, and you can find this video right here. And there's an interesting part that he reads from a historical document that I think is kind of interesting. I'm just gonna point out real fast. The Khazars, even they look different than the Arabs and whatnot. I gotta think about where is that.
what I find crazy is that like there's so much information about this, and people just still accept them as bloodline Jews.
And a lot of times it's because they're not looking at the totality of the truth. They're not thinking about what could happen. Go ahead.
Yeah, you
But
said
this that part.
Look at the big picture
of all others, their religion and their trade. Unlike the vast majority of empires in Eurasia at the time, and perhaps uniquely among them, the Khazars were officially a Jewish state, having converted in roughly the year 740, though the date is a matter of scholarly debate.
So there it is again, talk about that 740 for the Khazars conversion and everything. Yeah. But on here it talks about what they look like. They basically, you can see, you know, they pull up the whole, you know, where a lot of these designs come from, a lot of this stuff, a lot of that extra stuff come from. That's the Khazars basically implementing themselves into the thing.
Yes, that is true. I feel like a lot of Jewish culture comes from what these people want it to be now.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, the Khazars was originally this group was originally the Turks at first. We know because their flag. They literally show that they are the Turks because they literally have the same flag. If you look at the history behind their flag, they'll tell you that flag is something that they kept with them for a long time, and we know that it's not the Star of David. That's something that's important to know, that flag historically is a Turkish flag, and it's not just a Turkish flag. It's a Phoenician flag. It's a Phoenician design. It's a design of Baal. So right here, you can see, check this out. Here's a clan from about 280 to 580, and it's the Hatta clan. This is going to be before the barbarians come out of the areas of basically Turkey or Turkestan, where you get Mongolia and stuff. But this clan actually has this star at this time frame. This clan actually has this star at this time frame. They say it originated in China under the Chinese groups. But watch what happens when something important happens. But that's a group that has O group, that they have an O group there. But look at this. You can see here, this is going to be in the area of Anatolia where the Turks settled. This is the flags you see right here. You can see right here.
Yeah.
So they got the same They got the same flags that they would have had before. These Turkish groups. They will have these ancient styles that they'll have. This is just a Turkish group. And this one as well is one of those groups. As you can see, their star there. And notice that time frame. You can see that's still early.
Yeah, I can see it.
And the oldest one, you can see this is where they talk about that flag, right? It doesn't represent Judaism, right? At the time, it was a flag that was in Anatolia, the Turks. And you can see that. And that's why the scripture says in Amos, right? But you have bore the tabernacle of your Moloch and showing your images, the star of your God, which you have made to yourselves.
Whoa, it's right there.
Right there. Even in the New Testament, it says, yes, you took up the tabernacle of Moloch and the star of your God. And he says, what not? Because God never told them to make a star. He never told no one to make a star. Because you know where that originally came from?
Go on.
This is where it originally came from. It came from Ishtar. The star is Ishtar's star. Look at that star right there. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points on the point of this star right here from Ishtar. That's gonna be its origin. So Ishtar carrying a 6-point star. We also know that it's in Canaanite areas. We know that many of the Canaanites have this design and everything. Here's a little bit about Moloch and everything. Remember that saying, the queen of heaven? That star represents that queen of heaven, Ishtar. You see what's going on there? Ishtar. So it just talks about Ishtar being connected with Moloch, and Ishtar's star, right? Ishtar star is this star. Moloch's star is this star right here. So that right there, what you're seeing there, right there, is a 6-pointed star, and that's Ishtar's star that the scriptures warn about not being part of. That's Moloch, of Moloch's image, the star of the god.
This has now put so basically, let me ask you now. So have you looked at like where the word Lord and God comes from?
Okay, so now for that one, we gotta be careful linguistically, because Lord does mean Baal, but the word for Lord was before the Baal and all that, because Baal just means Lord, but they're calling their idol Lord because they're just calling them Lord, but they're trying to make it a name. It's kind of like if someone was to say, my name is King and my idol's name is King. You know what I'm saying? But they're taking a word.
But how do we know which one's first? How do we know?
By the linguistics, we can tell which one's first. And the first one is actually the word for Lord. But
so denoting master or what? Or actual? Okay.
So they're basically going around calling their idol Lord. And that's what they're calling it. But Lord actually, like husband and things like that, those are just linguistic words. Like Baal really means like my Lord, a Lord, right?
Like a title.
Yeah, but that's a little different. That Lord is different than Adonai, which also means Lord. So there's Lord, like for example, there's Baal, which means Lord. So Baal means Lord, but there's another word for Lord, which is Adonai, which means my Lord. So Adonai means master or Lord. So it's actually a Semitic word that means Lord or master, Adonai. But also the word Baal means Lord. But what they did, they used the word Baal and used it for a symbol of idolatry. The way we know it's later is because it's from the Phoenicians. And the Phoenician linguistics and all their development came later. They started to develop a little later. And that the linguistics actually for Lord will show that it was there sooner. But their idol, they made to themselves and they named it. So it uses that word, but it doesn't own that word. You know what I'm saying? Like it uses the word Baal, but if you say it in the sense of the idol Baal, then it's referring to the deity Baal. So you can see right here, so it'll be a little different. You can kind of see right here. So here it would be Baal. It also, you can see right here, this is a different one. So this one, 896, is different, is even spelled different in the Hebrew or in the other place. You can see right here for rather Baal right here versus this one. And then you'll see this one being my owner or my Lord. You'll see it, like, for example, look at, you can see it used in other places. These were allies with Abram, right? It can have different types of words and everything. You can also use it for my husband, like she is married and whatnot. For her, she, a man will not take with thee thy husband, will not take thy husband. You can see woman's husband also in that sense and whatnot. But it's
So
using that
in short, you're saying Baal doesn't own the word Lord.
Yes, Baal doesn't own the word Lord. It's kind of like if someone took, someone's name and gave them, some different disrespect to it. It doesn't change the fact of its origin. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like, for example, when the law was first brought forth, even though when Moses got down, they had worshiped the idol and stuff, and Aaron had made what he made with his hands. Was Aaron now defiled that he could no longer serve the law, and the Israelites now rejected it because they broke the law? We know that the law still was good, but it was just the people that had messed up. But the Most High forgave. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like that. It's kind of like redeeming it. Like, it's kind of like this phrase is trying to be redeemed because of what they did in that time. It's kind of like, what's a word? Like the word ass, the word ass. It actually originally means donkey, but today it's used like obviously.
Yeah.
So now you say it doesn't hold to its true meaning of it was original meaning. It's a couple of different words.
Like the N word as well. I don't know if that was a swear word back in the day, but
And that's supposed to be a name for a place and a couple of different people that was called Negro. Negroes. Last name, in fact. Negro land. Yep. And that's an example of that, is that it's, yes, it was used for an idol, but it wasn't only made for the idol. Otherwise, that word for Lord wouldn't make sense, or in a way that is used multiple times. But it is used towards that idol, that idol basically took the name and called itself a Lord, called himself a Lord.
So what about the word God? Do you know about it? Like the etymology behind it?
Yeah, Elohim and El, because they have an idol called El. Just to show that that's the same thing. But El, again, is the name. It's the name of God. That's one that's actually will be used a couple different times in the scripture. You'll see it. It actually will be the last. You'll see a lot of people with that name, right? Like Daniel or Israel. That actually, Israel means a prince with God. In fact, Israel comes from the word Sarah. Israel comes from the word Sarah, but instead of saying a princess, because this word, you can actually make it a princess with God, or rather, Israel is a prince with God, coming from the word Sarah. The Elijah is coming from El, or God is my salvation. So, but the El means God. But there are like as always, any idol, even if the idol has the name the Most High, if he's an idol and doesn't stand for what the Most High stands for, then it's an idol that technically isn't one with the original thing. Like here's probably where a lot of people use that. Here's El, right? They call him the king of the gods. He's from Megiddo and everything, whatnot. They call him El. But again, same concept, same thing. El means God. So they're basically taking the word and saying he is the God. That's what they're trying to say. is that this is God. But remember, at the same time, while they have one deity, they have multiple deities. So that's the difference between this El and the real El, the real God. Because a lot of the nations have multiple deities, not just one, but they have multiple. Especially when you notice when they have Baal around.
So how do you know they didn't insert their God into the Bible?
Because we know that the way that God introduced himself, he didn't just introduce himself as El. He introduced himself as I am that I am. He basically said, I am. He basically was excluding himself from a title and saying that he is the God. He's just saying he's God is what he's saying. Like, I am that I am. He's just saying
I'm everything that you can think of.
Yeah, he's saying basically he don't need these titles. He has his name is in his order. Basically, what he's saying. His name is in his order, and that's why when he sent Moses and to get them out of there, and the way that we know that that's true is also the evidence of the Exodus. How the Exodus is also has a lot of historical ties to it. How the Israelites left out of Egypt, and also they're known to be in the land of Levant, mentioned by an Egyptian right after the Exodus, about early, I think it was like 1110 BC. It's called the Israelite or the Israel Stele. Doesn't show that. Or Merneptah Stele, but it talks about Israel. So right here, it's called the Merneptah Stele. And this one's from 1213 to 12 BC, pretty much. And it actually has on the hieroglyphs, it basically talks about, that's why they call it Israeli Stele. It actually talks about Israel. On line 7, it mentions a group called Israel. It talks about the Israelites on there. So it talks about that. And that's the first time ever in all of history that the Israelites are mentioned in the land of the Levant, that they're word for word mentioned to settle in the lands of the Levant for the first time ever. So that would be the Israel Stele that mentions Israel. There's a couple of different things that go into that, but it's going to be something from the Bronze Age and everything. But right here, they say the Stele represents the earliest textual reference to Israel and the only reference from ancient Egypt. It is one of 4 known inscriptions from the Iron Age that dates to the time that mention ancient Israel by name, with others being obviously mentioned. Remember, I talked about the one from the Moabites, that the Moabites mention the Israelites as well. And just talks about, and also the Teldan Stele mentions a son of David, someone of the house of David, and also another Stele that mentions the Israelites. So that's the only reason that we know when they exist, where they are, because they're mentioned in history, and the biblical text is uniform with the history. That is perfect.
Okay. Do you know about Numbers 26 verse 48?
I gotta look at it real fast. 48. Okay, it says, oh yes, this one. Let me just put it like this to get a cool picture on that. So what do you mean? Like what exactly about it?
So it says Naphtali. Yeah. Have you heard of KwaZulu Natal? No.
I actually haven't.
Yeah, actually, okay. Put that in Google and then see what comes up.
How you spell that exactly?
KWA Zulu Natal.
Oh, there it is. Now, when was this place named?
This place was
it was created in 1994.
1994.
Yeah. That's also something to be careful of with names. Sometimes we'll find names that sound close to like biblical names, but we got to make sure we know.
Yeah, but at the same time, in that area, there is a tribe called the Nguni tribe. Do you know
I
what
have
I'm
no
saying?
doubt. I have no doubt. Most likely,
Those are straight. They can't be coincidences, bro.
what's the tribe name?
Nguni tribe. And so basically, it
This
says
one, or am I looking at the wrong one? No, it's probably I'm looking at the wrong one. What do you say?
so in the scripture it says the family of the Jazilites of Guni, the family of the Gunites. And then if you put an N before the Guni, you will find a tribe in that area called the Nguni people.
That's definitely possible. Especially if they have E1B1A, that would definitely be evidence of some
This is why people
northern
think
tribe movement.
Africa. This is why people think sub-Saharan Africa is the actual place.
And that's where they go wrong. The reason why they go wrong there because they gotta answer for all the times that history mentions the Israelites. They gotta show where the Assyrians come from. Because remember, the Assyrians who attack Israel is also mentioned how they are destroyed. They're destroyed by a group called the Scythians and the Babylonians and also the Midianites. That's a highly historical contested battle.
Who are the Midianites? Persians.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. From Media.
I know there's a lot of other stuff to answer for, but I don't know, man. These coincidences are just kind of weird.
But then you gotta also know how long they've been there, because if we're concluding that they've been there since Abraham's time, then we gotta also note that they had to have a migration, because that's the thing when we're trying to put Israel in Africa, we're gonna run into a couple different problems.
Okay.
And the problems would be the wars. It wouldn't be to anyone's benefit to put Israel only in Africa. It wouldn't be anyone's benefit. It wouldn't be a benefit for those who are actually Israelites, because their genetics actually show that they were outside of Africa before they were in Africa. And it wouldn't be a benefit to history, because there's a lot of historical reports that would tell us about the Jews that they actually do settle in the areas of the Levant.
But a lot of the historical reports are from the people who say they are Jews but aren't.
No, not the ancient reports. Like all the reports that I just showed you was from ancient Egypt, from the Moabites. These are all wiped out. These are BC time frame stuff. So the Jews that converted, that was like 700 AD. Yeah. That's like almost 3,000, 2,000 years after these sources, because those other sources will contest to where they were. And remember how I was talking about the Jerusalem tablet, or the Jerusalem stele rather, or the Babylonian stele. That one's a stele by Nebuchadnezzar that actually writes that the Israelites are besieged. He writes he doesn't only write where the Israelites are, but he writes how he besieged them. For example, right here, a new explanation of ancient clay tablets, right? Ancient clay tablets discovered in modern day Iraq. So that's in Iraq, is shedding light for the first time on the daily life of Jews exiled to Babylon some 2,500 years ago. So it goes on and talks about what they found. So they found not one, not two, but 100 tablets. So the expedition is based on more than 100 cuneiform tablets, each no bigger than an adult's palm, that details transitions and connections between Judeans driven from the basically areas from Jerusalem by Nebuchadnezzar around 600 BC. So this is going to be a historical document, because we know that the Jews was taken by Nebuchadnezzar, which his movements in history cannot be denied. Nebuchadnezzar is a very historical individual. There's a lot of different writings that write about him. He destroyed a lot of nations.
Nebuchadnezzar.
Okay. Yes.
Cool.
King Nebuchadnezzar, he rose up real fast. He was a general under his father's line, while the Babylonians
Who
were
was his father?
his Nebuchadnezzar. I don't know, probably say his name weird. Nebuchadnezzar. I always say his name weird. But I'll just show you real fast right here.
Father, yeah, it's so hard to say.
Yes, his name is hard to say, but he comes from basically an outside group. But there's a lot of historical writings that write about his movements and everything and what he did. He attacked Mesopotamia a lot. He was one that's why he came and took Babylon. He would be the king of that area. So he takes Sumer, Akkad. He takes Mesopotamia. His whole battle streak is on this one tablet called the Jerusalem tablet. But this one just other tablets that also contest of it. It just says right here, this is what the tablets say. Archaeologists got their first chance to see the tablets, acquired a wealthy London base. It just talks about what they say. Their mind were blown away. It was like hitting the jackpot, they say. Just talk about experts of ancient Babylon, Samaria, and Assyria. That just talks about the lands of these individuals and where they had went. Let's talk about, a couple of different writings on them and everything. We could also, look at the tablet itself and look at the direct translation, and it'll contest that the Jews were in Iran. That's why the cities are over there, because some of the cities are actually residue of the original Jews that got sent into areas of Pakistan and Iran all the way to India, escaping from the Babylonians. And those are E1, B1A groups that were found in that time frame, long time ago. But
Jeez, Iran, yeah, sure. Okay.
But I'll show you the Babylonian tablet. This is what it looks like.
Okay.
But I'll show you it real fast. Babylonian tablet here. Not that one. Nor these. I could just go to it, but it shouldn't be hard. In fact, we'll just put Nebuchadnezzar tablet. There's another way to put it. Let's see if it's this one. Nope. But that's the size. That was the size of those tablets, though. But it's this one right here. Let's see if this would take me there. But that's what the tablet looks like. Let me see. Billy. I'm trying to make it take me to. Show me the direct tablet so you can see the direct tablet. I got a source for it, but I don't feel like opening a note. But I can open a note real fast and just go to it. Otherwise, but this is the one right here. Otherwise, I can open the note. I got a note already with it already there. I didn't even know it would be that hard to find. It probably goes by a certain name. Babylonian. I think it's called the Jerusalem tablet. At least that's what I believe it's called. This. That's it right there. Let's see. It's this one. No. There's a lot of history. There's a lot of history on where the Jews went, because the Babylonians were writers. They would write a lot of stuff down. And also the Persians. The Persians have wrote down a lot of what happened. The Persians wrote down that the Jews were besieged, but they, had a chance to go back to their little area. Here, I'll just show you it real fast, just to. Right here, I'll just show you the tablet itself, as I didn't know it would be that hard to find. But here's the tablet right here. They got it stored in the British Museum, but I'll show you a direct translation word for word of it. Oops. Right down here. right here or right here. All right, so here is the Jerusalem Chronicles. That's probably why I didn't find it. Jerusalem Chronicles. And it will be exactly when Jerusalem fell. Remember when Jerusalem fell, the last kings. This will be the last kings. But what's interesting is it word for word, it'll tell you, we know that they fought, just like in the biblical narrative. It's also important to know who owned Jerusalem after Josiah. Egypt owned Jerusalem after Josiah, because remember, Josiah died by Egypt, by Pharaoh Necho, because basically God had Pharaoh Necho go against the Assyrians, but Josiah wanted to jump in the way of the Egyptians, and Pharaoh Necho said, "Why are you trying to fight me? Cease from doing this thing, because God is with me." And then pretty much he goes to fight him, and he hides himself. Josiah hides his face, and he tried to fight against him. He's shot with an arrow. He's dragged back, and then his son reigns, and his son. But what happens is Pharaoh Necho is just like how the Bible talks about at a battle called Battle of the Carchemish. The Egyptian army is defeated by Nebuchadnezzar, just like the Bible talks about. That first it was Pharaoh Necho over Jerusalem, then it was taken by Nebuchadnezzar that came down. And obviously, this is an external source. It's going to be from the Babylonian tablet. But it talks about they fought against the Egyptians, and the Egyptians obviously ran. And we know that that's a true thing. And after that event, it goes on, because at that time, Nebuchadnezzar wasn't yet the king, but his father was, Nebuchadnezzar. And then Nebuchadnezzar then ascends to the throne after battling with some of the people of the land. And then he battles with, right after he battles with some of the other lineages in Akkad. So that's one thing we know without a doubt. The Akkadians are not going to be in Africa. The Akkadians, we have no doubt that the Akkadians are a Mesopotamian
group. For sure.
But the king of Akkad turned back with his troops and returns to Babylon. It just talks about how Babylon took the land from Akkad, and then he called himself the king of Akkad, pretty much. And then it goes on and talks about the Bible. Here's where it's going to talk about the Bible. It just says, go down a little bit, where it talks about that right here. It just talks about how he left out and says, and besieged the city of Judah, and on the second day of the month of Adar, which I forget exactly what month that is. I think Adar, February, March, 597, technically 599, 598. He seized the city and captured the king. Now, what's interesting is he doesn't only mention that it was the city of Judah, but he mentioned that Judah had a king. But notice, this is how we know is the exact time frame of this, because there's a king. After he takes a king, he sets up a king by name. And he even writes that he appointed there a king of his own choice, which is just like in the Bible. We know that Mattaniah's name is changed to Zedekiah by Nebuchadnezzar. So he sets up a king of his own choice. And even it got the quotes there, the scripture of Jehoiachin's uncle, Mattaniah, became obviously king, I would say ling, of Judah, and changed his name to Zedekiah. So that's obviously in the scripture. Obviously received its heavy tribute and sent back to Babylon. So that will be a word for word, not just word for word, but exactly pinpoint, like the biblical narrative talks about Nebuchadnezzar besieging on Jerusalem, exact time frame, exact details, the exact style of siege that he attacked them, he took them, and he renamed a king. We also know that there was Arabians from that area. As it says, the scorching desert, they took much plunder from the Arabians or Arabs, and just talk about who they was, probably nomads in what is now Jordan and everything, and possessed their idols and whatnot, took their idols and whatnot. But it does talk about a lot of different individuals. But this is called the Jerusalem Chronicles. Is what this is called. It's called the Jerusalem Chronicles.
Save that.
There's talk about it's the king Pharaoh Necho and the Elamites. They was fighting Nebuchadnezzar destroyed the Elamites, which Elam, Susa, that's in by Mesopotamia. So we would have that's what I'm saying. When it comes to history,
Yes.
history basically is aligned with the Bible. History is aligned with the Bible, and geographically is aligned with the Bible. That's why it goes on and says, during these campaigns, Jerusalem was attacked and its king Jehoiachin deported. And it just goes over and it talks about how that matches with the Bible saying. It's basically saying that the biblical text is indeed a historical document. I did a video. If you want more history of just
At least
just the facts of these things, on one of my other channels that, let's see, where is that? Think about, I'll just type it down. It's called Flawless Breeze. It was my first channel, well, second channel. But let me just show this real fast on here. Think. We did a video on pretty much how from the beginning of the Bible to the end of the Bible is pure history. We got pure historical connections when we take the family trees and everything and combine them together and whatnot. And we can find that almost all the kings that are mentioned in the Bible, external kings, are also mentioned in the world. We can find historical documents from. So basically, you can see like family trees where they say when Isaiah lived, with these certain kings that are, you see everyone with a check means it has a historical document that contests of them. So like these kings, which are like kings of Neo-Assyria, we know that these exist. We know that these kings exist, and they exist at the same time when these kings are verified by documents, which you can see. They'll talk about different documents. Like this one is a king. I think this is Jehu. I think that's Jehu. Don't quote me on that. I think that's Jehu. I'll just play it just to make sure I'm not misquoting if that's Jehu.
Being pushed out of a window. Although the Bible doesn't make it clear, it's possible that Jehu was a descendant of Omri through a junior branch. In fact, his name appears on the black obelisk of the Assyrian king Shalmaneser III, where...
So there's the black obelisk by basically Assyrian king, and that's Jehu. That's mentioned where the Assyrians are. And we look at a map of Assyria, we know that Assyria ruled in the Mesopotamian areas and also taken areas of Levant. When they took first the northern tribes, as they swept down, they hit the northern tribes, and then they were fighting against Judah. But remember, we got historical documents that Hezekiah, and remember, Hezekiah also made a tunnel. There's almost no historical documents in Africa that can align this perfect. There's a tunnel called the Tunnel of Hezekiah that tunneled in the land of the Levant. We can still find that tunnel, and it's highly contested in the biblical narrative of that tunnel. But this is where Assyria would have been fighting with the ones over here, and also going down, taking the areas from the northern tribes. They most likely are fleeing into Africa because we got historical documents of them fleeing into Africa, running from Assyria. Because Assyria, one thing about Assyria is that it's a nation that can't be hidden, because they're a nation that did something called scare tactics, right? Or fear tactic. And it's basically openly torturing people. Basically what they're doing.
Hanging up their neck on sticks. I'm hanging their head on sticks. I've seen those weird stuff that they do.
Flaying people, all types of, they were crucifying people. They were doing all types of stuff, flaying them on sticks and all types of stuff that they were doing. And that was their tactic of scaring people. And a lot of people wrote about what they were doing because it was obviously very odd for a nation to do that. Not that really haven't been a nation like that besides later on with Vlad the Impaler and what he was doing and the Islamic conquest that was going on. There hasn't really been a group like the Assyrians that did stuff like what they were doing, that did it like that. But that's what they were doing. And if you notice in the biblical text, God calls them the rod of his judgment. He calls them the rod of
the Assyrians. I mean,
the Assyrians.
Okay, yeah. Okay, cool.
So for that one, I think a lot of this is what I believe. A lot of the Israelites, because this area is so close, and also the fact of that the Bible itself says a lot of Israelites fled into Egypt. I think a lot of Israelites fled into Egypt and fled deeper into Africa, trying to flee from the judgment of God. I think that a lot of them was trying to run, and I think most of the ones that went down into here was the ones that were trying to run away from what God wanted, because he wanted them around here where Jerusalem was, but a lot of them fled into Egypt and went down into more areas of Africa and deeper areas up there. But also we do have those E groups that do go up in here. That's the only reason I say if someone says they're only constrained to Africa, then that's why I was saying they might have a problem with that, because that E group, before it even goes into Africa, we can find them stretching throughout these areas and then going over here in BC time frame. So it's like a lineage that basically shoots in different areas and then goes into Africa later. But they'll try to tell you that E developed in Africa and was only in Africa. But more and more information comes out when we look at the Natufians, because even like I said, the genetics, if someone thinks E is Israelites, they got to know the oldest E groups, which are the Natufians that didn't have L lineages yet, but they had Indo-European lineages. I don't know why, but they had early on. Shem must have really got close to Japheth's family real fast. But you can see right here that these E groups had got with some of the females who, as you can see right here, J2, N, and R of the mtDNAs. Those would be some of those, but they are Afro-Asiatic. It says the view that the Natufians spoke Afro-Asiatic, but these are going to be Afro-Asiatic groups, the Natufians. But they are E groups, but they are in areas of Levant. So they connect this area and this area, which that's what we want to find. We want to find a lineage that ties Africa, as we know the Israelites came out of Africa, out of the lands of Egypt, which is Africa, and even the Levant is technically the African plate. So for people that saying it's Africa, technically, if you call it the African plate, yeah, this will all be technically Africa. You could say the Israelites always been in Africa because that's the African plate. That's one way to look at it. But if they say that the Israelites never came up here, then there's too many historical documents that they have to deal with. Think about it. You can't put Babylon here. You can't put Babylon here. You can't put Assyria here. You can't put Persia here.
Why can't you put Babylon in Africa?
Because ancient Babylon, there's too many documents for where ancient Shinar is, or ancient Babylon. We know because there's multiple different ties to Shinar. It was one of the headquarters of Mesopotamia. There's dozens of historical documents of Shinar since way back, like way back. Like it's like we're talking 3000 BC, 2000, even further back than that. Like historical documents.
Sinar.
Shinar, yeah.
Okay.
N-R. There's a couple of different documents. Some of the earliest documents, all you had to do is look up a culture called Sumer.
Sumerian.
And in the Sumerians have some historical documents. They have a lot of historical documents, and this is where they would contest that over there. That's where Babylon was. The earliest time where you actually get the name Babylon is when the Amorites took over that area, and they called it the first dynasty of Babylon after the fall of what's called the third dynasty. But there's a lot of documents there. Like when I say a lot, there's a lot. Like there's a lot of documents for Babylon. But this is before it's called Babylon. But you can see right here, it says, but Sumerian continued to use as a sacred and ceremonial literature and scientific language in Akkadian-speaking Mesopotamian states. And that's important too, because genetically, Israelites have a tie to the Akkadians. And we found E1B1B to be part of the Akkadians. And E1B1 should have ties to the Israelites. And that's what we find, the Afro-Asiatic group, such as Assyria and Babylon to the 1st century AD. But just to show when is it first called, And is that land called Babylon after the Neo-Sumerian come there. The Neo-Sumerians in the 3rd dynasty of Ur. And this is gonna be where they were right here. And there's a lot of documents on where they were, but this is Ur. Ur was a major city, a very large city in that time, just to show what it looked like. Ancient Ur. And there was a lot of documents, a lot of fossils, and here's what Ur looks like today. That was an ancient city right there. So it's just people posted up there, but that's Ur. That would be what's called a ziggurat. It's a place where they have their idols and stuff. But let's go back. You see, I got way too many tabs open. But after the 3rd dynasty, when that ended, it was ended by a time, and then you would have the Akkadian dynasty there. Let me just jump down to that after this one. This is called the Lament of Ur. This is a historical document. It's a Sumerian text that actually has a cement, a crying for the 3rd dynasty of Ur. It's a real writing. And here's some of the sections of it, the certain parts of it. And basically they say, this is what it is. Basically what they say is, I don't know how to read Akkadian, but what they basically say, they translate it and talk about what's there. And what they say is just, they talk about what happened. They just talk about that the place was forsaken and everything. Here's a piece of it. It says that he bewails my faithful house like a tent, a pull-up harvest shed, like a pull-up harvest shed. My home filled with things, my well-filled house and city that were pulled up, were verily pulled up. So he just talk about the destruction of the city and everything. But that's what they talk about when they say Abraham, and obviously in Genesis, they say that he obviously would come from this area having ties after the Elamite invasion. That's also important to know too, is that I found an E1B1A in the BMAC culture that has links to the Elamites right before Abraham comes to existence, because Elam actually takes over the lands of Mesopotamia, especially Ur, before they come out of the lands of Mesopotamia, before Abraham comes out of Mesopotamia, because that's what the Israelites actually are. They're Mesopotamians, not mountain people, but Mesopotamians. So they'd be like Iraqians, and the original, not modern Iraqians, but ancient Iraqians, which were at that time, even if you look at
not mountain people,
not mountain people, because that's something I was going to go over today, but I work at 8, but that's why I went live early so we can have this conversation. But probably Monday, we'll go over the mountain people. Who are the mountain people? Those are like the Indo-European groups that started to slowly make its way down into the Levant.
Okay.
So, and you can see right here, you can see the Book of Lamentations of the Old Testament, which bewails the destruction of Jerusalem by Nebuchadnezzar II of Babylon in the 6th century BC. It kind of mirrors this. It says it's similar to the style and theme to those earlier Mesopotamian Lamentations, because there's a couple different writings of Lamentations that's in that land. But it's letting you know that that Book of Lamentations basically is kind of similar to the one in Mesopotamia. That's just interesting culture ties to let us know that they would be Mesopotamian, but they're a branch separate from the Mesopotamians, and also to know where they're located, a little idea of their location. But that was a real document. This one right here. There's a couple different places for it, but they call it.
Oh man! The next time I'm gonna have a lot of questions for you. The next time I speak.
And man, I think we're getting a lot of edification with these questions. I think that the questions that we're putting out like this, I think is very edifying, because the Mesopotamia. This is actually one of my favorite things to study is Mesopotamia in the Levant. Mesopotamia and Levant is very complex, but the ancient land of it, when you put it in a kind of like a total picture, you'll start to see that the Levant was surprisingly like Africa. Like at its early stages, the Levant area was filled with a lot of dark faces, but then all of a sudden they started to change as this group called the Gutians that defeated the Akkadians. So the Akkadians, you can kind of look at how his face, look at his nose to lip portion. So you can kind of get a good idea of his Afro-Asiaticness, because Akkadians were Afro-Asiatic.
So when did they become,
Indo-European?
Yeah.
So you notice right here, this is the Gutians came there about 2000 BC. But if you want to find out how they became Indo-European, you got to look into the history of the Hittites. And that's what
you think Neo is a code for a later version of said people? Yes.
The word Neo means new. They'll say Neo, like Neo-Sumerians mean new Sumerians, or Neo-Assyrians mean new Assyrians. That means they're not the original Assyrians. They would be a group that comes in and just calls themselves after that name, which for some reason, that's what they would do in the Mesopotamia a lot. They would take the kingdom and call themselves after that kingdom to still have the prestige and power of that kingdom. So that's just something that would happen too. It's kind of like that's why nations would invade a city and not destroy the city, but keep the city and dwell in that city and keep the same name of the city sometimes.
Yeah, that's like what they did in Egypt.
Yep.
All the time.
Yeah, that's right. They'll just, another one goes there and calls themselves this next thing. Most likely when they was rising up, they wasn't calling themselves the third dynasty of Ur, all that. But that's just what historians, that's why I say right here, the third dynasty of Ur, obviously the historians pretty much put it like there. Historian studying the period. So they just put Ur the third dynasty. It's just a third dynasty, or and it doesn't really, don't think that it's just only 3 dynasties in Ur. This is just, it's hard to explain. It's just another dynasty in the midst of some of the dynasties, but they were one of the dynasties that restored it to its Ur state. So that's why you'll have like the second dynasty of Ur, but in between the second and third dynasty, there's a lot of dynasties in between. There's a couple of different dynasties. As you can see, the second dynasty was in 26th to the 25th century, but not the 4th century. I mean, not the 24th century, not the 23rd century, but then almost like a couple hundred years later, you get your third dynasty. But in that time frame, there was a couple of different dynasties that were ruling over Mesopotamia.
Okay.
That what's nice about these things, it'll also show like who it preceded, who succeeded it. The one who was before the third dynasty of Ur was the Gutians, because the Gutians defeated the Akkadians. See, after displacing the Akkadians, so you can see the Akkadians.
The Gutians are Indo-European, right?
Yep, the Gutians are Indo-European. I think even it says right here. There it is. The Gutian language was close to whatever this language is from over here, the Turks, of the Indo-European family. So a very large family. Indo-European. All this. Nothing really down here. They're not Afro-Asiatic, but they're Indo-European. That goes in the north. They'll call it the language of Japheth. But that was the some people actually think the Gutians became the Kurds. So,
the Kurds.
Something. Yeah, the Kurds. Some groups of the Kurds. They say that the Gutians became some of the Kurds. But that was not the first Indo-European invasion, but one of the powerful Indo-European invasions, because they had.
Which one the first one was, so I can look at that.
So here's one of the first. Here's one of the first is from the Hittites. I'll just quickly show here. So the Hittites are one of the first Indo-Europeans that settled in the lands of basically Levant and Mesopotamia. So it'll talk about basically like a long time ago. I'll just go right here. There was a right here. We just talk about obviously the Hittites have a connection to the Indo-European and whatnot. But let me go to, because this one actually happened about, we're talking like almost 5,000, 4,000 BC. Here it is. According to David W. Anthony, steppe herders. So steppe herders from the steppe. That's letting you know, like from up here, steppe herders, basically Arctic Proto-Indo-European speakers. So remember, there's a difference between Indo-European and Proto-Indo-European. Proto-Indo-European would be ancient original Indo-European. And it just says Proto-Indo-European speakers, and they just say about 4,000, so it's like 6,000 years ago, but it's 4,200 to 4,000 BC. So it just says either causing, it says basically they came from old Europe. That's where they came from, that they came from old Europe. And we had talked about this with some of the later invasions and whatnot. Here's a little map. So they basically have connections. They actually have connections from far away, and they settle in old Europe. They go into these areas because that's what happens early on. Japheth leaves. He goes up, settles in the north. For some reason, he comes back. He comes back with vengeance. But that would be early on. That would be like technically your earliest Indo-European, your Proto-Indo-Europeans when they go into the Levant by the Hittites. There might be some earlier ones, but when we're talking based on historical documents, this will be based on historical documents. So basically what it's saying is that they came from this area of the steppe culture, from connections with Yamaya and other cultures, and also from here, from a Coraxis culture, and they moved and some groups became the Mitanni. So you can see the Mitanni. They're also Indo-European, and some became Indo-Iranians. It's important to know there's a difference between the Elamite Iranians and the Indo-Iranians. The Indo-Iranians are actually going to be basically Indo-European, connections to Indo-European. And so they have connections to the corded ware culture, the bell beakers, which are all Indo-European, the Greeks. So a lot of them are basically genetically related, but they settle in the lands of the Hittite area super early. We're talking when you see this P-I-E, that's just Proto-Indo-European, that's 4,000 BC. Definitely said there.
Okay.
You can see also your Slavic right there in this little corner. That may not mean much, but this is about the area where the Slavic language develops in this little belly. I call it like one of the bellies of Europe. It's a little area right here. So you got the foot with the belly and whatnot.
Okay.
At least that's how I try to remember some pieces of the map. Like that. Make a
How long have you been studying this stuff for?
Pretty much my whole life. In fact, in school, in college, they teach you about Hammurabi's code and whatnot. They teach you about Mesopotamia and all the documents that they have and whatnot. They talk about, so it was just fortunate that I also, in my school, they taught a lot about these ancient civilizations and whatnot. So I kind of got like a little head start, not really, because they didn't really teach about like the depth of it. I just knew about certain cultures, like obviously the ones of the Hammurabi and all that whatnot, which is from Babylon, the first Babylonian empires. But it's mostly cutting off video games, movies. Sometimes I don't get a lot. Yep. Sometimes I don't get a lot of time with my wife or my kids. I sit and I study for a long time, read the word, study and examine what others are finding and stuff. So it's mostly and also having conversations with the experts behind the scenes and stuff to make sure certain theories are right. Sometimes I watch YouTubers. There's a lot of professional scholars nowadays that are YouTubers that are doing YouTube channels but
Yeah.
they like have questionnaires where you can ask questions. And I like to ask them really controversial questions.
Oh yeah. I watched something that you asked answers in Genesis one time, but they wasn't really trying to understand
they wasn't trying to hear it. They wasn't trying to. I asked them, how is a Helmite making a Japhethite and a Shemite? Because he had on his list a F group and an H group, and those were Helmites. But we know F actually makes your J and your R groups. So he called.
He said
R
he doesn't understand your question. It's kind of danced around it.
He did. And you would have think he would have understood it because he's the one that's saying who's Shem, who's Ham, and who's Japheth.
Mm-hmm.
But some reason he didn't want to answer that one, because that would have made it look like, well, he doesn't really know what he's talking about when he's talking about how these monophylactic families are working.
Yeah.
Because him and another geneticist, I forget his name, Robert something. They
Is
have
it the Indian guy?
He's a guy. I think he's Indian. He got glasses.
Yeah.
He has a statement. He makes a statement that the J are Jews, but Jensen says they are not the Jews. J is not the Jews. So I kind of put those head to head to kind of show that even creationist scientists aren't agreeing at this point when it comes to these genetics. So
well, I'm not surprised that he dodged your question anyway, man. Are you surprised?
I wasn't surprised that he didn't answer it. I'll be honest with you. I was surprised that he put it on there though. I was surprised that he put it on the screen.
Wait, what is this?
Hold on.
Let's see how everyone's doing. I got a lot of tabs open. All right, let's see. I think one of the brothers was asking something. What about Y haplogroup E2B, aka EM85? What people has haplogroup? Also is a Shemitic. Yes, it is Shemitic. It is a Shemitic group. I found some groups in the Scythian area with it. That was a lineage that would definitely be a Shemite group. But some of them were in the north, some went to the south. So with Shemite, I wouldn't 100% know. 100% no on there.
Yo.
Shalom.
Sorry about that, bro. Yeah.
I was looking for one of the brothers. I have one of the brothers I really I keep watch of to see how he's doing and everything. He goes by I know the truth, common sense. And he always goes on and says that DE is Shem and is older. And I agree that DE is Shem, but he says that DE, the lineage of DE, is older than Japheth or older than the CF groups. And the only thing about that is that, when you look closer at these lineages, the CF, just like how I was pointing out this mutation at this one versus this one, the CF looks like it's a little older than the DE groups. It looks like it's a little older than the DE groups, but they both existed at the same time. But it looks like the F group is a little bit older. It's much larger as well, and it's big. But that's when we got also, when it comes to these genetics and stuff, we got to know that the A and B groups don't actually make DE or CF groups. But from CT, which this branch right here, you're going to either have one lineage under DE and you're going to have one lineage either under CF. And this family would be actually Japheth. And this one would
be
CT is actually a split. CT would be like when the families divided, they would have all had about the same lineage. They would have had CT about CT. That would be about Noah's line. CT, BT would be about the split. Because A doesn't make CT, B doesn't make CT. There's no lineage that makes CT, but CT splits from a lineage called BT. BT basically has connections with your A and B groups, and CT has connections with your D and CF groups. So they're born from their father, and they go through their mutations until they get to the final mutation that they end up having later on.
Regarding mutations, how does that work? I don't know how someone can pass a haplogroup down and then some time down the line it changes to something else. How does that work?
That's a great question. I'll show you real fast. It's basically it's there's a part of your now when they read your DNA,
Yeah.
this is what it basically looks like. Your DNA basically looks like this. But let me find one that's a little more. This one's okay, but I want to find one that's a little more clear. Let me open one up real fast and kind of point it out on here, just to show, because what they basically are looking at, they're looking at one part of the Y chromosome that doesn't go through recombination, and what it basically means is when a man gets with a woman, they basically their genetics basically when they have a kid, they kind of do like a combination, but not total. There's a combination is like a 2.5 combination on the top and a 2.5 combination at the bottom, but in the middle of the chromosome there's a zone called basically it doesn't go to recombination. It's a zone that doesn't go to any recombination, and I'll show a little picture just for the so I can explain it with a picture. So we're right up here. So here is, I'll show you the zone on here. And it's just basically a certain spot. So right here, it'll talk about, here's where it'll talk about it. It just talks about, so 90% of the length of the Y chromosome is male specific, and it just talks about a couple different things. It just talks about different things. I'm just going to jump down right here. Well, this one's kind of cut off, so I'll go to this one. This one's okay. Okay, so there's a part on this that doesn't go through recombination. Make sure if I got a better one. This one's better. Here's a better one. This one would make it clear. So notice how you're going to have the yellow and the X right here. You're going to have different areas that are going to go through certain recombination, and some places that aren't going to go to recombination. Just to kind of make it clear on here, you're going to have a middle area on the Y chromosome that doesn't go to recombination. But the best, let me see if I can just show you the best way to explain it. There's a summary. I got a summary by a geneticist that, let me actually point it out because it might make it a little easier. It's basically zones on these things that change. That they go through combinations. Like for example, everything in blue right here in the middle is non-recombining, and everything on the outside, 2.5 on the top and 2.5 at the bottom, are actually recombining zones. So the blue is non-recombining; it doesn't change. So that's why it's always. So notice, like when they go through a mutation, it doesn't go from a J to a R, right?
Yeah,
you never see go J to R, but you'll see like it'll have J, and then he'll get a mutation and have J1, and then he'll have a mutation, and maybe it'll have JP58 and stuff like that.
Okay.
That's going to be a mutation that's going to be happening on it. But this is another way to look at it, that you're going to have certain regions that are going to not go through recombination, like these center areas. But what happens is these little areas mutate, and there's certain styles on each one. There's certain styles on each one of the chromosomes by the way they know that what family it goes to. They'll know which family it goes to versus, let me just go to one of these to see if I got it real fast on here. At least I think I have one with the message just to make it clear how it goes to that. Oh, here it is. All right, so this is from a blog from Family 23andMe. This is what they said. It says, first, understanding a little bit more about the Y chromosome is helpful. The Y chromosome does not undergo recombination with the X chromosome, but only does so at its ends. So it just talk about that 2.5 at the top and 2.5 at the bottom. At its ends, it goes to recombination. So about 95% of the Y chromosome remains relevantly intact across generations. So that's why they're a haplogroup, because as the mutations happen, that's why they will have little sub-SNPs and things, because the females having that recombination on the outside. but the inside is what they're looking at. For this reason, the Y chromosome is a reflection of your ancient parental ancestry. And it just talks about you would therefore share a parental haplogroup assignment with any male relatives that you share a direct parental line with. That's like, I guess that's like one of the best ways just to summarize it, is that the DNA has a zone that some don't go to recombination, and what they're reading is certain parts of the SNP. They're reading basically certain parts of the mutations and linking it to that one. So like if you have, like for example, they got different designs on them. I'll show you an example of what I mean, different designs. Let's go to so here's a study they did when they were looking at E1, B1A, and R1 group. I gotta think about how it is. This one, if I could find it, it'll be a nice one to go over. Maybe this is it. Maybe it's not this one. But there is a talk where they look at the E group and they look at the R group and they look at that recombination zone. They talk about that there's a different design on them. One has like this, I believe, is a circular design, and one has like a star design. Let's see if I can find it. I think he popped out real fast right here. There you go.
Yo, yeah.
Shalom. Here, I think it's. I'm trying to figure out which one it is. There's a paper. There's a paper. I should have saved it. I had a feeling that this type of question comes. But there's a paper that talks about R specifically and E1B1A specifically, and they talk about how the recombination zone on them are different. Let me see if I can find it.
Do you know off the top of your head how R1B got into Africa, like West Africa?
Yes. What happened was R1B ended up some reason moving into the areas of Egypt, start becoming a major power.
I was just thinking about that still. I was just thinking that it was from them times.
Mm-hmm. It was from Egypt, and they became, but before they went into Egypt, they went deep into Africa. They went really deep into Africa really early, and they went all the way to areas of Chad, like the Chad areas, and that area is actually highly dominant RV88. That lineage will be one of the dominant lineages that settled in the areas.
Is that the same one that King Tut had, or is that a different R1B?
That one, the one that King Tut had, was just like E1B1A. E1B1A is the youngest of the E groups.
Mm-hmm.
R1 R-M29 269, something like that, or 296, something like that. It's gonna be a lineage. That lineage is gonna be a newer lineage because R actually comes from P. So before we even get an R, we have to get a K, we have to get a P, and then we get an R. And then R is born, and then it goes down into the areas of Africa. But the SNP that goes into Egypt is not the same as V88, but it's gonna be a lineage that would be like kind of like it's like a family of it. Is RM269. I think it's R269.
Racism is a modern thing, isn't it? It's not really something that happened in ancient times.
No, it's not something from all the documents I've seen. If this generation, just like the documents we've seen of the racist stuff that happened in the last 1,000 years or even 2,000 years, this has been one of the most racist times in all of existence, that we never seen such a time like this. Now, there's been a time that a group was attacking a group based on his race, which were the Assyrians attacking the Arameans. They were basically sending away the Arameans. And I don't know, but I don't know 100% if that was only based on like race, skin tone, or anything like that. But there's never been a time where we can actually have where they persecuted a people based on, you know, skin tone or a race or things like that, because that would have been almost senseless at that time.
I found what you're looking for. I think it's modeling the contrasting Neolithic male lineage expansions in Europe and Africa.
That might be it.
Because I Googled R1B, E1B1A star, and that was the first thing that came up.
There is might be
difference in the structure of the E1B1A and R1B phylogenes.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it, because that's what it's talking about. It's talking about the structure of
R1B and E1B1A star, and it will come up first. It should. That's what I did on Google.
Yeah, it's for some R1B. Tell me if you see it on here. I probably got to do it on Google. Let me
do it on Google.
I don't know why I use Bing. Let's see.
It's because they reset it sometimes.
Or is it this one? Here it is.
That's the one.
There it is. So this is the one. Just to kind of open it up and show that this is where they talk about it. Let's see. So here it is. Here's where they talk about the recombination zone. They just talk about here. It says revealing the contrasting. Just talk about the star-like polygyny for certain major lineages. Why they say star-like? Because one of the lineages had like a star shape, like a star-style shape on it. Here it is.
Okay, OMB has a star-like structure.
There is a striking difference in the structure of E1B1A and R1B polygynies. R1B has a star-like structure, indicative of an expansion so rapid that few mutations occur during the expansion, while E1B1A has a more rectangular or regular structure, pretty much. So it's going to talk about, obviously getting a little understanding of it and everything. Just giving a few pieces of it. So this kind of getting into some of the mutations. So then it talks about some of the SNPs of it, some of the defining SNPs and mutations of it, and it talks about R1B SNPs and mutations. So that's what it's talking about there. It's talking about certain areas of the chromosome that basically shows a little different structure than the other one. Long story short, just to get a little understanding. And then they talk about how they're basically different. So basically, that's why, even though they are all both humans, but they're talking about that same. Remember that area I was talking about that they're looking at, that 95% interval, which is that type of area. So that's why it's talking about some of the areas of those humans that would be different. There's also another one, if I remember, that goes a little more into that. And there's a tool. There's also a tool. I'll try to look for it. There's a tool that shows you those recombination zones changing over time. I forget what it is. I don't know what it is. But there's a tool. Let me see if this is it. That basically shows a little like a picture model of the DNA, the Y DNA, that kind of shows those SNPs. Some have these little things, these little codes, but Let's see if I can find it real fast. That one, I don't think I would be able to find because that one I forgot what that one's called. But there was a tool that I seen where it'll show you like the changes of each snip of his recombination zone. So basically, that's basically what it is. It's basically certain areas that go to certain combinations. Long story short. So it'd be basically one of these snips right here. And it's looking at that 90% zone, which is where you see right from here and here, the center area that will go through that recombination. So that's what these are talking about, that 95% area that basically is going to be what they're looking at. I guess to make it simple is that's what they're looking at. They're looking at that combination, that zone that's going through recombination and the zone that's not going through recombination, and they're going to make it basically a haplogroup based upon the form that doesn't change, that's going to always be the same, and then the small mutation of it. The small mutation would show the snip of it.
Listen, my brother, it was a great conversation that I had with you. You're very
You as well,
knowledgeable.
family. I appreciate it.
I appreciate what you're doing, man. Thanks a lot.
I appreciate
Get myself some food to eat and prepare some questions for you next time.
And man, write a list, and that's why I like when brothers are confident enough to go live. Amen. Take care.
I will. I'm coming hard next time.
Amen. That's what we need. Well, I heard a brother say once that, if you don't come with it, they gonna come with it. If you don't bring those hard questions, they gonna bring them. And I better you that knows the truth than someone who don't.
Anyways, take care, brother.
All right, shalom, family. Be blessed.
Cool.
I'll just do a quick summary of what we basically were doing real fast. And just if anyone has any questions, let me know. I'm not fully convinced that Jewish are bloodline Israelites. I respect DNA as a science. But at the end of the day, the Bible states that the curses will befall the real children of Israel. Amen. And that is key, that the Israelites will go into captivity into all nations and will fall by the edge of the sword. So we have to find evidence of a people that went in captivity into all nations and fell by the edge of the sword. And the people in the land of Jerusalem should be Gentiles until the time of the Gentiles is fulfilled. So that's absolutely right. Even the Old Testament gives us those things. There's simply no way to ignore exactly the chapter of Deuteronomy 28 and Revelation 2:9 and 3:9. 100%. Perhaps more will be revealed soon. I do believe, guys. Amen. You have gained our instructions in this, unveiling of the truth. Amen. Speaking absolute truth. That's very important. So just to summarize this, we just had a holy conversation today. I really enjoyed the conversation. I'm hoping that we can have a conversation again like that. That's how I want brothers to come up to have a conversation, even if you don't know, maybe just to give me some edification or others edification and receive edification, as that's the only way we're going to have the perfect truth if we come together, as these are the times that we're in. So we had talked about some of the early evidence of D and E. They do show that they formed about the same time. So formed 600, 68500. Same thing with the CF group, formed 68500. But the most recent common ancestor is what we're going to look at. The most recent common ancestor for this one is 65200, but this one is going to actually be a little older. This one is 65900. So technically CF will be older than DE. Also, if we look at the scriptures, we can actually note that if we look carefully at certain scriptures, we can note that Shem, right, he actually would have his first child 2 years after the flood. It also tells us that he was 98 at that time, but it tells us that Japheth was born a little earlier. So it's a couple scriptures that we can cross-reference with that to see which ones are older, which I believe Shem is the middle son. DE is the middle son, while CF is the older one. Japheth is the older one. And A and B that actually doesn't make the CT groups is actually the youngest one. There's actually something to know with that. But just be careful with one other lineage, which is that A00, which some reason is an outgroup, which is a conversation in itself, which actually they say is your genetic atom. Let me just see what we got here. I'll just go over some things I wanted to go over real fast about human origins. There's some ancient lines I was gonna go into, which I never talked about, but it's something that's kind of interesting in a way. But they say that humans actually are linked to a ancient humanoid that was actually outside of Africa, that has some genetic ties, probably some autosomal connections that they say must have started around these areas and then spread out and went into some of these different areas. But they say that obviously this group would have had ties to over here. But that's what they talk about of a certain group that came out. But that's more talking humanoids and whatnot. But from 2021, it would have had some interesting connections. Maybe I'll talk about another time. It's something that I'll save for later. That is just talking about also other types of connections, right? That's a different level of connections, which we don't need right now. It was just something that was going to talk about. As you can see, that group that I was showing there, this is the name of it.
Strong brow ridges, very large internasal.
Pause that. That's just some interesting information I was going to talk about on this group, this name right there, which is either this one and this one. That was some groups that link to humans that are found outside of Africa that has some interesting genetic ties. But with that, that's all I got. I just wanted to have a conversation and make it clear that when we're bringing this out, is also with sources and truth. But the rest is just a bunch of tabs. I gotta see what I'm gonna put in the description just for sources and whatnot. But with that, that's all I got for now. Let's see. IG, I don't. But on my about me, I have a Discord channel that you can always have conversations there. Otherwise, you can email me at FB, like Facebook, or FB lionfarm@gmail.com. So that's FB lionfarm@gmail.com. The FB actually stands for my old account, Flawless Breeds. So Flawless Breeds Lion Farm, FB lionfarm@gmail.com. So with that summary, there's obviously a lot of water to gain out of this well. This is a deep well, and we'll fish out the sources to bring out the truth. So with that, family, look into everything much deeper. With that, be blessed, be beloved, and amen.